Well, this is fun. Okay. I guess it'll got audio. I haven't actually checked. Yeah, well, hopefully. You'll tell me. Bloody internet issues. My internet was fine like 4 hours ago. This morning, absolute rubbish. Terrible. Anyway, I'm here now. Hopefully it behaves. I have two internet connections available to me. One is my main house one, which is what I would normally be using. And that this morning is absolutely atrocious. So I switched over to my backup one, which is in the motorhome. So that's using 4G cellular to do the stream. So even that's not potentially wonderful. We'll see how we go. Yeah, hopefully it comes better, but it's been struggling. So yeah, I've dropped the bitrate down to try and help it, and it's not dropped any frames since I've done that. So that from my side is looking okay. Yeah, you may need to reload your stuff if it's playing up. I was going to show you something once I find a picture. I'm not just looking at my phone. Doing my stats this morning. I'll try and get the setting focuses on it. This bloody camera. Come on, camera, look at this phone. I know you can do it. Stupid bloody camera. Focus. Focus. No. Oh, almost did it for a second then. Anyway. Yeah. 0.79 megabit. And that's when it is working. Most of the time it wasn't working. Yeah, that's why I was struggling to get on. That's why I was a bit late. But, say 4 hours ago, it's fine. Yes, I was awake 4 hours ago. It's, if you don't know, it's 8 o'clock in the morning here. I don't know, I had trouble getting to sleep last night. Whatever. It happens. So, I'm still not sure my internet's doing particularly well. I might find other people around here will start switching to cellular as well, because theirs will be the same, because there is only a few broadband options here, and a lot of people have got the same one I've got, which is wireless broadband. So, because you can't get wired broadband here. Anyway, so I think hopefully we're over the hurdle. I've been struggling for like the past half an hour. Rebooted everything, computer, networking, switches, firewall, all this sort of stuff. I rebooted all this equipment, and didn't help. I was thinking, hopefully it comes alright. No. Starlink, no. Well, a couple of people do have Starlink here, but there's not many people who've got it. One of my neighbours has got it. Anyway, so it's currently working, currently not dropping any frames. The bit rates I've got it set to 3000 kps, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Aero 404 Workshop, I don't recognise you. So I suppose I should say hello to everyone, shouldn't I? Apart from that big distraction in my head. So we got Paul, Ian, Rob, Sven, Wilhelm, bit of hobbyist, Dave. I think I've got everyone. Greg. 0404. Yep, cool. Yes, that is the correct time, Sven. Only 182 megabits on Wi-Fi, yeah. Oh, Adam, right. Oh, okay. Now I know who you are. Change your name. Or a second account or something. Anyway, right. So, it's been a while since I've done a live stream. What's it been? I don't know. It's been a while anyway. I didn't intend to do one a couple of weeks ago, but I didn't get around to it. I've just been so damn busy, as always the way. Well, this weekend I'm home alone. The wife's off at another committee conference thing. So I thought, right, I'll kill some time. I'll do a live stream. And we'll try and tinker with some stuff and fix some things maybe. I've got some projects here which none of you would have seen yet. Because, well, you can see some in the background there, like there. It's a bit of a stack. So those arrived recently, and you wouldn't have seen mailbags yet because I haven't written them yet. Well, haven't edited them yet. Haven't really written anything like write videos. Yes, I've taken over Miss Defpom's desk, and she wasn't too pleased about it before she left. She commented on it because once she moved the computer out of the way, I started to put stuff on the desk to get some space back. Yeah, she noticed. So I've got to make sure it's all cleared back away before she comes back. Ordered a new workshop. Okay. Do I want to show one and wait for new one hasn't arrived, so you can't do any work or anything? Oh. Hope you had space to store everything okay. Anyway, so yes, we've got some things to work on. Now, one of those things we definitely can't work on, because I don't have... you might believe this. It needs some capacitors replacing, and I don't have them. I'm not sure how it could possibly be a thing, but I don't have the right capacitors. So I've already been setting up a cart on DigiKey, listing all these parts which I know I'm going to need to get. It's up to $500 so far. Yeah, right, that's why you got the 404 workshop I found. Right, now I've got you. Right. Makes more sense now. You explained it. Yeah, capacitors. So I'm not going to pull that particular unit apart. I've shown it in a mailbag, so you'll see that when I do a mailbag 2 or 3 weeks time. I'll actually pull it apart in the mailbag and have a look inside it. So you'll see it then. I won't tell you what they are now. And the top unit, the very top one, that one right there, that's a Keithley 261, which I do want to look at today. I do actually pull this one apart and actually work on that one today if we can. That needs a bit of work. I've actually been holding off doing anything because I wanted to do it for the live stream. Hey Thomas. Shows all the stuff, yeah. I think you got more stuff than I have, Thomas. You got quite a bit there. You do a lot of videos a week. More than I do. R6581T upgrade. I was thinking about that the past few days, actually, Ian. I've been thinking about it, thinking, shit, I really haven't done anything with that. Ian's going to be going, where's my thing? Anyway, if you don't know, Ian sent me a upgrade kit for my Advantest, which is right there. Oh, I'll try and get the pointy finger in the right place. Hold on, let's do that hand. That one there. That thing right there. That's my 8.5 digit Advantest. And I already did OLED replacement on it, based on Mickey T's reverse engineering and design, and the OLED's okay. It looks okay, but it could be better, right? And so Ian designed a different screen type installation and PCB and everything to go on it, and he sent me one, and it's just sitting around in my box of bits. Where did I put it? Which box did I put it in? And I'll put it somewhere safe. I think it's up there. And that's for me to put into that meter to replace the OLED upgrade with the same one Ian's done. So if Ian's done a video on it, if you haven't seen it already, look at Ian's video. It explains it quite well. I think you've refined it a bit more since then. And so yeah, I've got that sitting there waiting for me to get around to putting it in there. And what I'm actually hoping is that I'll find an R6581, not a T, and I'll be able to put that upgrade in that unit instead. And then I can make this one a backup. But I haven't seen it for a while. I saw one or two a while ago, like, you know, I don't know, a year or two ago. I haven't seen anything recently. And then when I think those were quite expensive. So, quite expensive meters. So yeah. But I've got that. So I've got that 261 there, Keithy 261, which is a picoamp current source, I think it was, or not? Yeah, picoamp is source, is what they call it. Yeah, the 681's never come up. Yeah, I mean, I had seen some, and I almost bought one once. I was so close to buying it. I wish I had. I regret not doing that. Anyway, I was sort of being hesitant about the price, but now I look at it now thinking, actually, that price was right. Anyway, I'd love to get an 8.5 digit meter, another one. I've only got one, and it's only like DC and current and resistance. I want one that can do AC as well. So yeah, that's my goal, is to get an 8.5 digit meter that can do AC. There's a Cybertron 781 on eBay right now, but that doesn't do current. It does AC, but it doesn't do current. So it's like, well, I want one that does everything. So yeah. Anyway, so we've got that thing, which I do want to tear apart. Then just here is a decade resistor, 5 decade resistor. I think it's like 0.05% or 0.02%. I can't remember what it was now. It's a pretty accurate one. I have recorded a mailbag video on that already. Don't remember which video it's going to be in a couple of weeks' time, maybe. But you guys wouldn't have seen it yet. That doesn't need much. I think it just needs basically a strip down and clean. That thing there is fine. You've seen it in the video already. That's my 225 current source. I've got that out because I've been using it. There is it's practically a 617 electrometer. It's not actually a 617. It's one which has been modified, industry modified. What the hell is it called again? 35617 EBS, programmable dosimeter. So it's actually used in X-ray systems and things like that. So, but it's basically a 617, but it's been modified. And it's a 617 is what I wanted, but I saw that there, and it's actually slightly cheaper than a 617. It does all the same stuff a 617 does, which is electrometer. But it's got a modification added to it, which gives it like a bias system as well, which is used for the X-ray stuff. So, yeah. Your ADD kicked in, and you've been learning how to control a 30-year-old Lego interface via USB to serial adapter. Lego? You do it of walking, counting 160 miles this month. Miles? Jeez. Yeah, I think that'd take a while. Yeah, got crap in a rough spot, yeah, anyway, so it's fine. It needs to be gone before she gets back this evening, so I've got time to do the stream and move it all back onto my desk. It's fine. Is that a Danger Mouse coffee cup? Yes, it is a Danger Mouse coffee cup. Sure. And I test things ITT. Right. I don't recognise you either. Guess you're new here. So welcome. Anyway, so the 617 I don't want to touch either because that's one that's got bad capacitors in it, which you'll see in the mailbag video in the next 2 or 3 weeks. You'll see that come up, and I'll pull it apart and I'll show what I see on it, and you can actually see what I mean by the modifications that I've done to it. Below that is a 220. What the hell is that one called? Programmable current source. That also just arrived. They both arrived the same day. Yesterday? Not yesterday. Friday. They both arrived on Friday. So I also showed that one in video on Mailbag. Open it up and have a look at it. We can do work on that one. I think it doesn't use any particularly special caps in that one, from what I can see. So we could pull that one apart, and I know it needs a clean. It's dirty inside. It's full of dust and stuff. So not horrendous, but that needs stripping down and cleaning. So and whilst it's stripped down and clean, you can replace all the caps and have a good look over it. Did I watch Pink in the Brain? No, not really. So we could do that as well. So there's basically 3 things over there which you can work on. There's one more thing underneath there. What was that? Oh yeah, that's fine. That's my... What the hell is it called? I've forgotten it. I'm trying to remember it. Which you would have seen. I've done videos on this one already. 181. 181 nanovolt meter. So that's there because I've been using it as well. I've been using those to try and calibrate this thing, which you would have seen a video on the other day. So now that is adjusted, but I'm not happy with the position. Part of the issue, I was getting a lot of noise. I was getting, I don't know, some kind of EMI, which was like drifting up and down like this. You can actually see it. It wasn't erratic like this. You can actually see it like sine wave. You know, every few seconds it'd be, you know, like this. You could see it. I think you can measure it. It's like, what the hell is that? So I don't know. I use different instruments to generate currents and different measurement sources, and they're all doing the same thing. So I actually captured it on video as well. So I've got some footage recorded for that, which I may do. I don't know if I'll do it this week or not. Maybe the following week I'll probably release that and show you that guy. But yeah. Yes, that is what I let out the magic smoke. So that's all working. Yeah. I used to be able to watch on streams before. Alright, okay. Well. I tend to stream for hours. I'll be around for a while. I tend to work through 1 or 2 projects if I can, depending on what we've got around, what sort of time it takes. I normally stream for 5-6 hours. It's quite normal. So I'll sit down and work on something and chat to everyone and what have you. A boss and his boss says Pinky in the Brain, right? Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, not really. A little bit. You'd be twisting 220, yeah. You got stuck in your head, great. You have a working 220 from e-waste, that's nice. Well, I did power this up. I didn't record it in mailbag, I don't think. I powered up in mailbag, but I didn't show any outputs or anything from that thing in mailbag. I checked that afterwards. And it does actually output current, it does output voltage. I haven't checked it thoroughly. I don't know if all the currents work, I don't know if all the voltages work. But I did like 10 volts at 1 milliamp. Yep, that worked. 10 volts at 10 milliamps and 100 milliamps, those work too. So I think it needs a bit of calibration though, needs an adjustment because it's slightly off at the higher current. You got a slight migraine, yeah, that suck. I get migraines. Yeah, right. You have to be careful about headaches and stuff. I tend to get them as well. If I get a headache, I have to make sure I take something for it, as it will progress into a migraine. So, it's one of the things I've always had ever since I was a kid. It's just what it is. Anyway, so I finished with coffee, so we can actually do something instead of sitting here waffling hoping my internet behaves. It has dropped a bunch more frames since then. Yeah, I've dropped quite a few. Maybe I'll drop the frame rate down slightly more. I've actually unplugged my house internet because that was switching to it and making that a priority, even though the internet connection was rubbish. So I've actually unplugged that. Let's drop the frame rate down just a couple of hundred. What frame rate? The bit rate. Right. Well, you don't need many. It depends what you're doing. I mean, I've got quite a few cameras here because I've just tried various things and different cameras and different setups. And I mean, realistically, you could do it with two. Really, like a face cam like this and a camera for the desk. You don't even have to have a face camera. You could just have a camera for the desk. So, I mean, maybe you could do it. You know, give it a try. They tend to be a far lower turnout though than a normal video would be. You expect it, and also you'll find that usually when you do live streams, you actually lose subscribers. That's quite normal for me. I do a live stream, and I'll lose some subscribers. I don't know why it is. I would have thought it'd be a bit more interactive and probably help, but I guess people see my face and go, "Oh, yuck," and then leave. I don't know. Anyway. Hey Peter, how's it going? Yeah, well I've dropped it down to 2.8 now. 2,800 kps, and we'll see if it drops any more frames, but I have to kind of remember to look at it. But right now I'm using Wi-Fi to connect to a wireless, a 4G modem that's in the bus. So it's Wi-Fi to the bus, which is in 4G. So it's going over a couple of hops. And then that's also a wireless connection somewhere else, because where that tower is, there's no network cable there. It's also wireless. So, yeah, whole thing's bloody wireless. So, I should probably do like a poll and see which thing we're going to work on first. What do you reckon? Let's do a poll. Right. I'll do some other things, but I think this will do for now. So poll is started. Make your choices, people, and we'll go with that. Live and stable, cool. That's good. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're watching my live stream and you're not subscribed, and I'm doing things which you're interested in, you should subscribe. I mean, obviously, talking part is not necessarily exciting for most people. Some people come to YouTube to try and learn or just educate themselves about things. Well, live streams aren't necessarily about that, because it's about chatting and interacting with people which follow me and people I talk to occasionally in the videos and stuff as well. So it's a little bit different. You know which is which. Okay, so you put the 261. Okay, well, 261 is the one on the very top. The 261 and 220 are both ampere sources. So, yeah, so they're both amp sources, basically. Current sources. Just different types, different eras, I suppose. The 220 replaced the 261. Put them that way. And then you also got the resistor, which, I don't know. I'd like to do it, get rid of it, get that project out of the way. I went on a bit of a spending spree recently. I spent way too much money and purchased a bunch of things, which is part of the reason I've got a stack there. But part of that is because I was trying to work on this Valhalla resistance calibrator, and I wanted some more current sources because I had that 225 current source. I'm going to get a show it. In case you don't remember it. So, can't see what the camera's doing right now, look. Because my thing is over the top of it. Right. So, this thing here is going to focus on it. Come on. Try and trigger the focus. No. Anyway. That thing there. And I was getting all this noise, and I was trying to figure out where that noise is coming from. I actually messaged Ian, because Ian's got one of these as well, asking about what his noise figures were on it, because I was seeing a lot of noise, and I wasn't sure. It was because this unit's got 2 capacitors in it which I hadn't replaced. I did a refurbishment on it. I tested the capacitors, like in circuit, checked the ESR and the values, and they seemed perfectly fine. And the big bulk caps and the high voltage ones. So I left them. And that was making me think that maybe this noise I'm seeing is like a superimposed sine wave with some kind of weird phase effect at the same time. I was thinking maybe those caps need replacing. And Ian checked his one out, and it's actually came out as being a lot quieter than mine. Then that's when I realised that, okay. I actually took one of the caps out, checked it out of circuit, perfectly fine, nothing wrong with it. So I thought, well, the one I pulled out was the negative side, which is the side which seemed to be the positive side, and it was fine. The negative side, which I didn't pull out, also measured okay in circuit, but because I'm going to do positive negative on the output of that current source, so it changes polarity of the current, and the noise I was getting didn't really matter that much between I was going positive and negative. It's a slight change. Wasn't much in it. So it's like, well, the cap on one side is definitely good. Then it probably isn't the current source. So that's when I realised I need a backup current source. And then I went a bit. Anyway, I also got current sources with slightly different ranges. So the 225 is a slightly higher current source. The 261 overlaps with that a little bit, but it does much lower values as well. So going much lower means I've got that offset where they overlap, but the it can do lower values, which the other one may be struggling with a little bit. Anyway. Put 11 kV through, yeah. where he accidentally probed and oops. Yeah, I was thinking that might happen when he's probing. I was thinking, oh, that's looking a bit dodgy, and then yep, sure enough. Is it because I didn't refill the magic smoke? It could be. I didn't refill the magic smoke. No. So how's it going, Chipmunk? My 220 is reading a bit high in voltage open circuit. Haven't checked it under load. Got cheap Chinese magic smoke? No, I only get the best quality magic smoke. Yeah. They did a lot of damage to that thing when they did 11 kV for it. Blew a lot of components out anyway. Yes. So, what was I saying? I was saying something here. I lost my train of thought now. Oh yes. So I've got the 261 which has an overlap to my 225, but is lower. Then I was thinking maybe I should just get a newer generation one. And I thought, there's the 220. I started looking to see what ones there were, and I thought, the 220 will do the range I want with the accuracy I want. But then it's triax connectors. It's got triax on the back. As does the 617. It also uses triax. I didn't have any triax cables, so I bought a couple of triax cables and some triax connectors, which you'll see in the mailbag coming up. These are cheap ones, so you know it's better than a BNC, but not as good as a high quality triax. The actual connectors also aren't too expensive. They're actually quite, not too bad. But there's two different kinds of cable, and I'll explain it in the mailbag video when I get them about what the trade-offs are there with those cables I purchased. Yeah. Smoke from King of Darkness. Yes, well. So, you had to buy cables. And I bought some connectors as well so I could make my own cables. And I was thinking, I need to buy a cable as well. Because I've got the connectors. Which means I could make my own little cables up, which I can plug in. But I don't have any triax cable. So that's the next thing I think I need to buy, some triax cable. I haven't even looked for that yet. I will have to. But the two cables I pre-purchased are, one's got a crocodile clip set on it, and the other one is some 4mm bananas on it. So yeah, so I need those cables for those things. So I had to buy those cables. I bought those connectors, bought those units, bought those 3 units. That resistance there. There's another resistor which you will see in the mailbag that comes out, I think, in 40 hours time, 15 hours time, something like that. So I bought that one. So I've actually bought 3 resistance decade boxes. I got carried away slightly. You know how I like a backup. They're not exactly the same, but they're similar. In fact, I'll show you one. Here's another one. Right, this is a 6 decade. Now I looked up what this would actually cost to buy brand new. It's like $7,000. I'm glad I didn't pay that for it. Did require some repair though, so I've actually recorded a video on this. I think. Let me double check. Before I make statements, I'm not entirely sure. Using tracker stuff. Hold on. Let's double check. Yes, it is this one I've done so far. So I've recorded a video on this, which hasn't been edited yet. So that'll probably be a couple of weeks' time, maybe, for this one. So I've repaired this, and this one goes from 1 ohm to 100k on each decade, so I can do 1 meg. But yeah, this needed fixing. Not so bad, really, not that bad, but it was a nice challenge. Again, it's precision stuff. And then I bought that one over there, which is an older version of that, but one less decade. And there's another one which I have forgotten where I put it. I think I put it in my other lab already. Yeah. And that one does megohms. And you'll see it in the mailbag. I think it might be tonight's mailbag. When that comes out, I think you'll see it then. Anyway, let's read the chat again. So a whole shitload. Got a scrap. I'm going to demolish the TV, shut the studios down the road. Oh, damn. It's not cheap either. Triax cables are not cheap. You got different dimensions as well. You got some quite big chunky ones. They're much larger diameter. And then you got obviously the smaller ones that we use for these sorts of things. I'm not sure what the diameter actually is of these cables. I don't know. Maybe about 4mm. Your vintage 4 decade one. 4 level 0 to 100k. 50s, alright. Yeah, exactly. Power levels sort of decades. You know, you've got these precision resistors, not power resistors. You can get power resistor decade boxes. And I was looking at some about a month or so ago. I was looking at some, maybe a couple of months ago, and the prices were a bit sort of, and they're quite big. But you can get power resistor decade boxes. So if you do need to dump power into something which is variable, probably the way to go. Yeah, this one also has the maximum current you can put through each decade. Non-scientific types are, yeah. Whole TV camera feeds, yeah. Yeah. Harold, how's it going? So your latest PCB design works and you'll send me one for my 4338B. You did mention in your video that you were doing an adapter or something, was that right? A small adapter? I guess it's for that. I was paying attention, Ian. I was paying attention. Thanks for that. I've got a few adapters for mine now. Well, a few test fixtures, aren't they? Test fixtures. So, got 2 or 3 of them. Clip leads, and I've got one, those Tanuri ones, which are like the component ones you push in. I think I've got one of them somewhere. Yeah, yeah. I probably don't actually use that thing enough. Sitting there, I'll just push the button, turn it on. I should probably do that more often. $23 milliamps on the 1K range. It sounds very similar sort of ratings to the one I've got here. They do decrease as they go up. Actually runs too chunky, yeah, they are. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, been waffling for quite a while now. Let's actually do something. Let's check the poll. What's the poll say? Let's end the poll. Oh, it's split. It's split 36% for each one of those current sources. Oh. Just need one more vote. Yeah, build them solidly back then. Really solidly. Yeah, well, certainly Keith will be going to be looking at, but which one? I think we should do the 261 first, because that shouldn't actually take that much work. Yeah, we'll do the 261 first, and then if we get time, we'll do the 220 afterwards. If we do it the way around, we won't get to 261, we only get the 220 done. Because I think the 220 is going to take a lot more work, especially as I don't know how to pull it apart yet. The 261 is not that hard to get to. It's actually designed for servicing, so you can actually get apart quite easily. So we'll do the 261, see as a split, and then we'll do the 220. The 261 shouldn't take too long. Famous last words, isn't it? Let's get the camera woken up. And I've got a dash cam set up there. Now, I rebooted my computer this morning, so what happens is my computer then forgets which camera's which is part of the reason I was also a bit late, because I was trying to like re-enable my cameras and stuff. Is it back? Yes, I did get that one there. So desk camera's there. Is the... No, that's not there. Okay. Yeah, okay. I need to get that one there set up again. Although it's got their own camera name. It's okay. Let's fix this. That is not it. That one is. Right. So is that all back? Yep, that's all back there. Great. Need some more lights. You waited for the generate. Oh, you have to wait even longer. Losing internal drive. Well, be careful about corruption. Don't end up getting corrupted data on there. Be careful about that. That'd be bad. Alright. So I've got a choice. We can use this camera like you normally see on my videos. Or we can do like a... not those. Hold on. If I click on the right things, it'd really be good. We want this one. It's kind of an inset sort of thing. I don't know. Or we could just do like a top view, which I can adjust, obviously. If I can reach it. Maybe I'll just stand up and do it this way, it'd be easier. I'm just being as stiff. Why is it so stiff? Alright. I had just moved up out the way so it wasn't going to be interfering with what I was doing. So we do a desk view like this. Means you probably get to see the top of my head quite a bit. I don't know. Up to you. I'm going to be recording video on it as well. So we could do desk view, or we could do the HDMI view, which will vary, and you know, like zoom in and stuff as required. Can do either one. Yeah. Or we could do this one. So no, it's probably. I mean, this is okay if you've got a big enough screen. If if your screen's big, then it's fine like this. But if you want a phone screen or something, it'd be like everything's really small. So this isn't great. So I think we'd go to HDMI, just use that shot. Getting dizzy. Yeah, we go with that one. Then I can also see what you can see as well, which makes it a little bit easier. Right. Let's get the 261. Get some more lights. 2 resistors. How's that for a resistor? That wasn't cheap. It's a 10 mega ohm resistor. 0.005% accurate. Now these are actually supposed to come with a cap, supposed to be a big metal cap that comes over these. I don't have it. Didn't come with one, which is a bit of a shame. It's really there for this extra shielding. You put it over top when you got the cables on, and also protect the terminals. But yeah, it's a pretty chunky beast. Let's move that away for now. I want to get a 100 meg next. Sometimes you need a precision resistor. It's okay having like these decade boxes and stuff, but sometimes you want something that you can trust the value of to a higher degree. I think the decade boxes, I think they were 0.05%, I think they were. So it's like an order of magnitude more. Alright. Obviously, I'm going to record video on this as well. Now, I've shown this in the mailbag footage. I don't know if it's coming out tonight or whether it's been the following week. I'm not quite sure which one it'll be in. I've recorded a bit of footage recently. I'm losing track of where I am. And, yeah, so I've already sort of covered a little bit on that in the mailbag. Not much. So I basically want to do a full repair video at the same time as I'm doing the live stream. So you get to see all the behind the scenes stuff. And then obviously the final polished video will be out there at some point. Yeah, so let me just get myself prepared properly. I actually think I need to get myself another drink. My throat's struggling a bit. I've been a bit sick this week. Also, I need to get a tablet so I can see what the chat's doing. Well, I'm unprepared. Get the tablet from out the back there. Jeez. Very unprepared today. I was expecting to have all this done, you see, but because I was battling my bloody internet issues, instead of setting up like I planned to do, it kind of got messed up because I was too busy trying to get my internet to work. Anyway, I'll get that logged in a second. Give us a drink, I'll be back in a second. Right. Got myself a can of very unhealthy V, because I can drink it here. Still booting up. I should have gone and got the iPad with me quicker. Better use that thing. I should probably use that instead. Right. Try and catch up the chat whilst I'm waiting for it to boot up so I can read it once I get over there as well. Okay. 0.1 ohm Griffin and George's a shame. I haven't heard of that one. Also collect accurate resistors. It's funny. Well, I don't really collect them. It's more of a case of I need these things when I'm doing test equipment repairs. Because it will say, oh, you need to have this substitute resistor, or you need to work out a current based on showing a particular voltage through a certain resistor. That kind of stuff. Now I've got my Fluke 5450A, which is behind me here. I know you can't see because I'm. Let's just change over. So there you go. This is looking at an empty desk. The so I've got that, which is right. That side there it is. which does decades as well, and also does so it does like 10s and 19s sort of thing. So the 1.9, 19, 109, 190, get it right, and so on, as well as the ones. So that's that, but that's got precision resistors in it, which is great, and that's very accurate. That's my source of truth, as it were. I did a repair video on that, a couple of videos. I had to clean the relays on it because they were being a bit iffy. So I pulled those apart and I think I did it on live stream actually. I think I might have done. Yeah, so that's that. But then you need these big standard resistors as well. Sometimes you need that extra precision. Now I think they've got the same rating as the ones in that Fluke, to give you some idea. But the ones in the Fluke, you don't put current through. They're precise resistors and they're not very big. With these bigger resistors, you can put a bit more current through them. They're designed to take it a bit better. Still catching up with chat. Oh, Ian's telling people to steal my soldering iron again. Jagatron. Oh no, the knobs are original. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Okay, right. CPAP mask. I mean, yeah, I've got some 18 gigahertz stuff as well, but that's so big. Well, I've got so much stuff. I've got 2 rooms. They're both full. I've got so much test gear. Things I bought. You know, every video you see me do, right? Repairing test gear. I think I've kept most of it. There are some things I'm trying to sell. I've got some Datron multimeters I'm trying to sell. Like the 1062s, 1061A, I think I've got out there as well. So I've got 3 1062s, which I'm trying to sell. We've got the Solartron 7075. Been trying to sell that for a while as well, which I did a repair video on as well. So, problem is the market over here in New Zealand is small. And the market of people wanting to buy older test gear, it's even smaller. So, although it's older test gear, I need to try and at least break even with it, you know, so the money I spent buying the things and then repairing them, I might try and make $50 on top of that, just to make it worth doing. And I try and sell these things like, just can't sell them. It's ridiculous. Like 1062 multimeters, Datron 1062s, 6.5 digit multimeters. I mean, sure, it's not a modern multimeter, but they're really accurate. And they're really good meters. Once it's, you know, give them a warm up time, and they're beautiful and really stable. I'm sure I don't have a lot of feature sets that the modern meters do, but people just don't seem to want them. I don't know. But you look on eBay, you go, oh, you want, you know, $50, $100 a one. It's like, great. I'm trying to sell one for 500 and I can't. So, yeah. Bunch of CBs, yeah, I've got a bunch of CBs. I've got dozens of the bloody things. Most of them sitting there waiting for me to fix them. More projects I haven't got around to doing yet. Okay, Sven, catch you later, mate. Yeah, I was hoping your 34588 would take a lot longer there, Ian, because, you know, I was actually hoping I could save up enough money and buy that off you. But someone else got there first, so, you know, so be it. That's fine. I was actually had my eye on next. It's like, I know, you know, at least with your one, I knew the history of it and you knew the history of it. Whereas, you know, you buy another one from somewhere else, like, well, is it good? Is it not? Let's look at I'm Sorry Guy's one. He's got one which has probably got a dead IC on it. So, anyway, back to this. I'm getting distracted waffling again. HDMI. Let's get this tablet to see the chat so I can actually see what you guys are saying. Go on, wake up. Sometimes this thing's a bit weird when it first starts up. And yeah, these are original knobs. This one looked like those two. It's actually going backwards again as well. It's actually degrading again. So I'll explain that shortly. Just trying to get the chat up on here. Takes a minute, it's not a very fast tablet. Come on, where is it? Come on, wake up. Fine to do it this way. Oh no, see, this sort of thing I want to do normally before I even start the stream is I'll sit there, get all this stuff powered up and ready, so I don't have to mess around with it. And yeah, now you guys are waiting for me to sort this mess out. Why can't I even see my own live stream? Come on. Jump through some hoops for this thing. Right, here we are. So now I'm trying to get this up so I can see the chat, so at least I can see what you guys are saying. You're probably sitting there going, get on with it, man. Now this is going through my home network, which has hopefully got a good enough internet connection to allow me to actually see the chat. Because as you know, this morning it wasn't bloody working. Well, my text let me down, it is today, yeah. Right, okay. We have chat running. Hopefully it is actually running and not just sitting there frozen. Right. Chat test, yeah, it's updating, cool. Right. Need to gather my thoughts on what I'm going to say when I start recording this video. Okay. Get a little bit closer. Yes, do it. Okay. So, as I showed in the mailbag previously, we've got this thing to work on. So it's a 261 picoammeter source. Picoampere source. And as you can see, the dials aren't looking quite right. Now this one here I pulled off and gave a clean up when I did the mailbag video to give you an indication of what it should look like. Now even in the time since I pulled this knob off and gave it a clean up, it's already started degrading again. It's already looking worse again. So yeah, I had exactly the same problem on my 225 current source, and I found a solution which works quite well. That I did about a year or so ago, and they haven't degraded any further. So that seems to have stayed where I basically serviced it last time, and it seems okay. So anyway, this thing I picked up at an okay price. There's several of these on eBay right now. Someone seems to be selling like a lot of them. That's like I think they had like a lot of 5 or something, and well, he's got 5 units and is selling them individually. And was another one of these. Oh, that's squeaking. I need to stop sliding around. There was another one of these. Bloody tablets updating all the time. There was one of these with no casing on it, open top, and the knobs were perfect on it. You can see straight through. That looked really good. And I was eyeing that one up for parts, thinking, okay, I could buy that one for parts. So I made this guy an offer. I think he wanted like $200 US for it or something. I made an offer of $20, and I kept on coming up. and the guy just was not shifting. After all that, he came down like nothing. I think it came down like $10 or something. Unrealistic expectations. Reason being, although it's just a top case missing off it, if you looked closely at it, this middle switch, which is in here, the wafer's smashed on it. So it's not like you could bring the thing back from the dead, because the switch is knackered. You'd have to somehow get an equivalent switch set up and replace the whole switch. I mean, that may have been possible, but for the cost, it just wasn't worth it. You could buy a complete one like this one. I think it was $350. I think I paid for this US, something like that. So, wanting all that money with an incomplete case and a smashed switch, yeah. Anyway, so actually, I think I paid less than that. I think I only paid about $300 for this one, because the knobs were so bad. I actually did an offer on it, and they said I actually dropped its price to meet me because of the knobs being so bad. Yeah. So, yeah, bit of history on that. I mentioned that in the mailbag too, but yeah, this one I didn't pay anywhere as much for. But it needs a bit of work. But I'm not going to worry about the knobs right now. I will pull this one back off again and show you this. Actually, I'll pull the middle one off. I'll show you that too. I'll pull the middle knob off. And then we'll take the casing apart. Try and see where the screws are. Fortunately, not particularly great angles. Okay. So there's the knob. And you can see the numbers on the back of it. Get the light on it right. So yeah, it is all there. And all we've got to do, get some towel, give it a rub. And all it is the plastic is degrading. So all plastics degrade over time, and basically the polymers break down to being back to their monomer units. They start to depolymerize. That's the proper term for it. And so you'll get this sort of thing happening, and it's a reaction to the environment, usually the air. There you go. You can see now we've got some numbers. It's that little bit of polished. So yeah, basically that's what I've got to do to the whole thing, is clean these off. So you get the worst of it off of that, use the IPA and that sort of stuff, and get them looking really good. And my solution, actually, which I did on the 225, which worked really well, was once I'd done that, I did that, got them as good as I could, and then immediately spray painted them with clear coat. So it stopped any air getting to it. So you can't get any oxygen getting to the plastic. And by doing that, it stopped it from degrading any further. So that's the tip. So if you get one of these and you've got knobs which are degrading like this, that's how you solve it. Let's just put this knob back on again. I think I'm in the right place. Yep. So I'm not going to do that right now, because what I need to do is clean them all up properly, and then go and paint them. I'm not going to do that today, obviously, because of the live stream. Once I've done the live stream part of it, I will take all this off, go and clean them, spray paint them, and then I can do that as part of the video. Anyway. Alright. Catch up with chat. Sometimes you actually bargains. Usually not in my case. I have a lot of trouble trying to get bargains. I mean, years ago when I first started doing all the YouTube videos, I could buy things for, you know, a couple $100. It'd be fine. It'd be absolutely like a no-brainer. Yeah, sure, I'll buy that, do a video about that. It costs me almost nothing, and I'm almost guaranteed to make money on it. Now when I buy equipment, I'm guaranteed to make a loss on everything I buy. I mean, to give you some idea, because I'm on this little spending spree recently, I spent way too much money, and I dipped into my Patreon money and everything, all the money I've got from Patreon memberships and stuff like that. I basically try and leave it on Patreon until I actually want to buy something, and I'll withdraw it and chuck on PayPal. And then I use that money to buy the things. And I've been buying a few things in the past few months, so I've already dipped into it. I think I dipped into it a few months ago, actually. So, yeah, I didn't actually have that much money on the Patreon support side. But that went towards it. All of that Patreon money went to things I bought, which is those KT things behind us. No, and this thing went towards that. So, UV light has an effect too. Yes, it does. So the clear cut also helps with the UV as well. So the UV, I knew it wasn't UV causing degradation on 225 because I cleaned that up and I put that in a cupboard. So basically completely dark, no light. And I went to go back out again, it all degraded again. That's how I realised, okay, I need to just do more than just clean the things up and hope for the best. So that's when I found that spray paint method. I'll try coating it to prevent the oxygen getting to it, because it seems to be oxygen rather than light related. And yeah, sure enough, that's lasted. Yeah, sometimes you get things like that, but yeah, as far as getting things just going, so we're not being thrown out, which is good. Make it a display item, alright. Sitting away humidity. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Hygroscopic materials. Okay, so that's the knob thing, which I've mentioned. Now this one, actually I'll probably take this one off so we can actually see the scaling, eh? Let's take this one off. If I can get to the things, where are they? Do it like that. Maybe. Yeah, there. Like I said, I'm just going to do it roughly for now, then when I go to paint them I'll do it again and get them absolutely beautiful, and then I'll paint them. But right now you can't even see the scales, so it's like, yeah, okay, we need to do something about that. Zoom out a little bit. You can barely see what I'm doing, can you? IPA helps with this quite a bit as well, because whilst you're rubbing it, the plastic's just smearing. The IPA helps to get it back off completely. Don't need anything abrasive, because otherwise you end up scraping the numbers off, because the numbers are just painted onto the back here. It's actually amazing, numbers themselves haven't come off from the actual degradation, but it seems to. That's also part of the reason I did the painting. Thinking, well, if the numbers aren't coming off because of the degradation, there's probably a clue there, but what's going on? I mean, look, if I scrape this with my nail, let's try and show you. Alright, so you saw you scraping it just then. Scrape a nail, look, see all this? That's plastic. Alright, it's just scraping. Yeah. Fun. Anyway, that's it up so we can actually see what we're doing. I don't know what scale it's supposed to be on. I've lost track of where it was. It's about there somewhere. Maybe it's that one. Just down a little bit. Okay. Is this Mr. Castle's lab? No. 3D printed parts degrade in 10 years? Absolutely. They don't have the same modifiers inside the plastic materials. It's a compromise. Injection molded stuff is tuned to be injection molded, and it's tuned for longevity for the circumstance it's going to be used in. Like if it's going to be used in an exterior situation, it's got UV modifiers in it and things like that, so it reduces degradation. If it's used in like an impact situation, it's got impact modifiers in it, so things like conduits, things like that. They got rubberization, I suppose, plasticization, impact modifiers and things like that. Depends on what the system is, but they can impact modifiers, so they can take more of an impact. So they're all tuned for the situation they're designed for. So a 3D printed material is like a general purpose thing. It could be used for any purpose. You just don't know really what it's going to be used for. So it doesn't have the additives in it, which would go towards making it optimized. Anyway, knob's not quite in the right place, but I don't care. It's got to come off again anyway. And my app just quit on my tablet. That's great. I was all that time trying to get the bloody chat come up, and it's crashed again, and again, and again. Oh. Today's not a good day, is it? Today is not a technology day, and here I am working with things. Oh, for God's sake! Crash, crash, crash. Might restart. That's just destined for doom. Absolute fail. It's going to get me out of the tablet. I'll be back in a second. This one's just rubbish. So I just got greeted by a funny sight. Let me get this tablet booted up. I can go back out. I need to take a picture of that for my wife. She'll find that hilarious. Cats. Cats being cats, you know. Give me a second. Right. Now the reason I have to go and take a picture of that is we've got 3 cats here, none of which are our cats. They belong to my stepchildren. And the kids don't even live here. So, man, this is dusty. Is this going to work now? It'd be funny if I got... It's going to work now. I've got this tablet out, isn't it? Peer pressure. Peer pressure made it work. That's just bloody typical, isn't it? Maybe it's doing an update. Well, now I can try and find the bloody thing again. Hold on. Man. Come on. Stop the video playback. Here we go. Right. We're back. Get rid of this. Anyway, as I was saying about those cats, there's 3 cats, 2 ginger sisters, and then we've got a black cat, which I've kind of shown a couple of times in videos. and they don't get on. So, and what's amazing is that just now I went into their bedroom, the bed which I made really badly this morning, in my stupid to try and come in and get into this live stream, and all 3 cats are on the bed, and it's like, I've never seen them that close together, ever, and be okay. Right, anyway, check the chat on the computer whilst I'm waiting for that thing to sort itself out. Random comment. It's so 239 socket sharp and everything. Yeah. Because it's got a Teflon insulator, you see. It's used for the Teflon. It's used as a low leakage path. Okay. Take his clothes off, yeah. I'll get into it in a second. It's catching up with chat. Almost caught up. Catch it, the PLA, yeah. PLA is also meant to be biodegradable. Polylactic acid. It's actually a biodegradable plastic. So it's actually meant to have a short life as well. If you're printing a PLA, it isn't meant to last 20 years. It's meant to break down in like 5 to 10. Probably 10, probably more realistic. If it's in a moist environment, it'll break down quicker. Yeah, cats are skimming something. Yeah, that could be true. Right. Move that away. So, I've cleaned these knobs up a little bit so we can see what we're doing. You can actually see these. I've just roughly done it. It needs doing properly yet. So we can see the scales here. Let's get even closer. I was moving that thing further away. So 10 to the minus 12. 10 to the minus 5. Now what this actually is a Kelvin value divider. So what you're actually adjusting here isn't current, it's voltage. But because it's going across a resistor, you get a current output. Confusing? Yes, it is. Anyway, so you're actually adjusting voltage here, but because of Kelvin value, so it's like point of a volt up to 10 volts. We can actually do like a bit more because it goes up to, well, you can't see it, but each one of these dials goes to 10. It's in there somewhere. There's a 10 there somewhere. Here it is. Oh, that's 9. Now it goes to 9. Sorry, I got that one wrong. Now it goes to 9. What's this one go to? Wait, the other one goes to 10. This one goes to 10. Let's look at the knob in one place. I'm checking now. Yeah, that one goes to 9. This one goes to 10. And that goes to 10. So, right, let's pull this thing apart. Let's get on with this thing. But what I'm trying to show here is that it goes to really low currents. That's why it's called a picoampere source. Someone will work out what those are: milliamps, microamps, nanoamps. I can't be asked. What's that? 6. That'd be microamps, wouldn't it? That'd be microamps. 10 to the minus 6. Oh, actually, that's microamps there because 10 to the minus 5. That's 1 milliamp. All right. 6. That's effectively 1 to the 6. So that's 1 milliamp. I'm going to see if I can get this right. You tell me if I'm going wrong or not. Right? 1 milliamp, 100 microamps, 10 microamps, 1 microamp, 100 nanoamps, 10 nanoamps, 1 nanoamp, and 100 picoamps. Would that be right? I don't know. I'm terrible with these scientific notation things. It's not what I normally use. Something I probably need to try and, I don't know, make a mint of it or something. I don't know. Yeah, well, that's screwdriver. Let's get a different screwdriver. Now my chat on the tablet hasn't updated. Last comment I've seen is from Greg. Now is it actually the last comment? Let's look at the computer. No, it's not. It's not updating. Okay, Apple tablet back out. Yeah, that's true, I suppose. Yep, still haven't stopped updating. Okay, let's get this tablet here running instead. I'm sure this one will work more reliably. I'm offline apparently. No, I'm not off. Oh, you bloody thing. Am I offline or not? No. It says I'm working again. Bloody hell. Right. Give me a second. Oh, I wonder if this is because of the chat settings. No. There's a comment on the computer which isn't on the tablets. How does that work? What? Yeah. There's a comment on the computer which isn't on the tablets. Yeah, it is. Oh, I've got this one now. It's upgrade. I might just show the text any bigger, to be honest. You know, the screen's significantly bigger. Right, I'll turn this thing back off again. Come on. Top check. No, it's got live chat on there. I think. Hold on a minute. No, it's saying top messages. Why don't I see the option to change that? Oh, this whole bloody thing, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why I can't see the option to change it from top messages to live messages. You're absolutely right there. Why can't I bloody change this? Hold on, this is just ridiculous. This is starting to piss me off actually. Why can't I change the chat type? Why is this a thing? I can't change the chat type for some reason on here. I couldn't do it on the other one either. I didn't see it there. What the hell? Hold on, this is bugging me now. Today's just one of these days, isn't it? I've got it on the computer. The computer I can change it on there, right? I've already done that today. But why can't I change it on the tablet? There's like no option to change it. What the hell? Oh. Screen's filthy. I know I've lost it all. You can see you, yes. Wow. Come back. Now I've confused everything. Right. Yeah, I don't know. Fucking. Here's what it is. It's weird, but okay. Right, back to this. Bloody hell, we get sidetracked. Jeez. Technology is not working for me today, is it? It's going against me. There's also got this gunk up here which needs cleaning off. I'm going to save that for later on. Did it. Like, cleaning one of the last things I do. Just for the sake of the YouTube stream. Actually, I should probably capture that on camera, shouldn't I? On the actual video. Here we go. Right. So, screws are out. Covers off. And that's what's inside it. Not a lot. Not a lot in there. So what we actually got to do on this, not a great deal. So we've got these big caps here. There's a 500 microfarad 25 volt. And they're all standing off the board quite a bit. There's actually like a lot of wobble on those, which is probably a sign of them extruding. That one feels like it's bulging slightly. That one feels okay. That one feels okay. This one's definitely bulging. But the fact they're wobbling, when these would have been installed, I'm sure they were flat to the board. The fact they're not flat to the board anymore means they're probably got pressure inside them and they're expanding and pushing upwards. So they all need to go. Those two are definitely the same. Yeah, all three are the same. So I need to find something to replace those with. And there's the inside here. This is the main brain of it, basically. Resistors. Prop it up. Well, it's got a tilting valve. I could use that. Is that for clever? Right. He'll bitch you about the same issue. Yeah, I'm guessing YouTube have taken it away. It used to be there. And YouTube like to take away features people use. Such as a dislike button count. Anyway. Okay. So these are the switches, and basically this is a Kelvin-Varley divider. So each resistor is the same. And so it's just dividing it down. So as you do the switches, it breaks it down. And it's literally a divider. Which is why all of resistors are exactly the same value. So that's what that bit's doing. The metal box inside here, that's where the precision stuff is. That's a bit more sensitive because it goes right down to those really low levels. So that's shielded to try and protect it a bit further. And basically, don't touch any of this because you don't want to upset the balances or create leakage across them. These are looking dirty. These two especially. This one's looking quite tarnished. So these switches will probably benefit quite a bit from a good clean. You can see on the wiper itself it's tarnished. So yeah, this is something which is probably going to need addressing as well. So although I say don't touch them, I'm going to have to clean these. That's a bit tedious and boring, getting near the cotton swab and wiping them all off. Luckily there's only those 6 wafers I have to worry about. Hopefully the ones inside here aren't so bad. I'm not touching them. The back wafer on that one there I can see. Yeah. Also could probably use a clean. So that sort of thing, you use a bit of deoxide gold on cotton blood and just gently wipe them and try and not create leakage across the wafers, right? Because these phenolic wafers, they absorb moisture and absorb oils. So doing it just for the cotton bud is the best way to get rid of these things when they're positioned like this. Some bits of equipment, it doesn't matter so much, you know. It doesn't. If you get a bit of oil on them, it doesn't really matter because they're not that precise. But this thing is a precise instrument, so it needs to be cared for like that. Anyway, we'll start the recapping, and then maybe I'll clean them. I don't know. Let me see if I find some caps first. That's the first problem. I squished worms. How's it going? Yes, they would do. Damn ranking clowns. Yes. Clowns sounds better than crowns, doesn't it? The thermal cam. Oh yes, I've got about 3 or 4 of them. I've got almost everything you can think of, actually. I buy a lot of stuff. And Swindon Electronic Repairs. How's it going? I don't recognise you either. I'm in New Zealand. I'll say that slower. New Zealand. There you go. Can we see them? I've shown them in multiple videos. Actually, if you look at my last video, which I published on Friday, when I'm repairing a Valhalla 2724A resistance calibrator, I actually show one of the thermal cameras in that. So you can go and look at that if you want to see what the camera I've got. Or one of the cameras I've got. So, see if I've got some caps to put in here. So we want 25 volt, 500 microfarad. Well, 500 is a bit of a weird size these days. I've got 4/7s, which are considerably smaller. I want 3 the same. That's always a challenge. That's way too big a voltage. I mean, this is a massive difference. Did I read these values wrong? Let's double checking. 500 microfarad, 25 volt. Yeah. This is a massive difference in size. Yeah, 3 the same. 25 volt, 470 microfarad. Wow. Yes, that's right. Magic Smoke release video. That's right. Hey, JFX. Well, the one, if you go and look at the video which I published on Friday, that is my current favourite camera. So go and look at that. You'll see it. So, bit of a difference in size in these capacitors. Yeah. Hey guys, console repairs is going. So, drop it down a little bit more. So I've got some modern capacitors which are almost the same. Honest, 25 volt, 470 microfarad, 25 volt, 500 microfarad. Basically the same. You don't really get 500s anymore. It's a bit of an odd sizing. So these capacitor sizes are somewhat different. Like I could get all 3 of them the size of one of these. But what I think we should probably do first is take the bottom cover off, measure these ones in circuit and see what they actually are in circuit. So this one here is definitely bulging, and the fact they're all extruded off the board a little bit means they're likely all failing anyway. I mean, this thing is 60 years old or so. I don't think there's any date codes inside, is there? Be nice if there is. I'm just looking to see if I can see anything. Sometimes there's stamps inside them. No. Nothing I can see under there anyway. Let's take this bottom cover off. It's one of the things I like about these old units. Designed for servicing, how easy is that? And nothing on the bottom there either. Apparently it's a revision B board. Yeah, so as far as what year this was made in, I'm not sure, but I think it's like late 60s is when these things were actually available. So it's basically 50 to 60 years old. So time for new caps, I think. Now let's get my tester out and test his caps out. Wish they still have them today. Okay. Paid a Vichy Presium, dude. Date code transformer. Not that I could see. I mean, maybe. It's got 6. It says 76 on there, but I thought it was older than that. I mean, it could be. I'll show you. I mean, that could be it. 67630. What do you reckon? 1976. It's possible. That's 50 years. So that transformer code there, that might be a year. 1976, 30th week. It's possible. Don't know. That's the only thing we've got to go by right now. So that's nearly 50 years old. I keep losing these capacitors which I've got out. I keep rolling away. Okay, I'm down to 2 caps now. Seriously, have I lost the other one? Here it is, over there. Okay. I'm going to put these over here. Okay, right. Capacitors. These have got 3 legs as well. Or am I looking at the wrong place? No, they don't. They got 2 legs. With that Swindon, that thermal camera, as I said about in my last video, I showed it being used. I've also done a full review video on it. It's a Unity UTI 260 or something, I think it is. I've done a review video on it, so you can watch that, and you can also watch me actually using it to repair something. Although it's not so easy to see on a camera, but you can see shots where I'm trying to demonstrate what I can see. So there's 2 references there for you to use to help your decision. Your date for 1965, 12 cover, yeah. Oh, plenty of equipment, right. So, here's our Simply Gold. We'll do a bit of in-circuit testing with this. See what we get. Bloody lighting's reflecting everywhere. It's annoying. Yeah, that works. Right, let's use this ERC Simply Gold. See what we get for these caps. $717 at 0.24 ohms. In circuit leaky. We'll try it one again just in case sometimes it recovers. Nope, can't get that one. That's one which is bulging, so that's not surprising. That one is probably completely gone. And 702. Now the fact that these are significantly higher, like 50%, and what's that, about 40% maybe. So that's definitely showing a sign of failing. There's just too much. And my tablet's gone to sleep. There you go. So the fact that that's that much higher is a sign to me that the caps have started failing as well. You do expect a certain percentage, you know, like 20% over would be absolutely fine. Anything, you know, less than 20%, I wouldn't even think about being a problem. But the fact it's that far out, 50% higher is unusual. I mean, older caps you could potentially have a tolerance of 50% up, not down, but up. But it's not normal. They're usually much closer than that. And having a higher capacitance reported is usually a sign of the fact they're going. So I need to get these things out of here. And yeah, I kind of have no choice. I need to go. One which is bulging is definitely looking really dodgy. So polarities, I kind of need to make a note of these. I don't know if there's any differentiating marks on the board. Yes, it is. They have the negatives marked on the board here. So you got negative there, negative there, negative there. So that's cool. They're all marked. So let's get my gear warmed up. Solder one I've got on this one. Right, the big one. Oh, need that. Yeah. Okay, Dave, thanks for dropping by. So yes, these caps are definitely gone. I can also use them on my Synchro over there. We check on a Synchro afterwards and see what they come out like too. Though I still need to calibrate that Synchro. I haven't got around to doing that yet. It's close. I know it's close to being correct, but I haven't actually calibrated it. Because it basically seemed really good once I replaced all the capacitors in it. So, and clean the boards. Combination of those two things. Right. Just adjust this so I can see what I'm doing, eh? Now my hand is probably going to get in the way. That's the problem with these sorts of things. So these legs and these capacitors are folded over. Probably just see that. So I need to try and bend these upwards, and then I can get my desoldering gun on there and desolder all the solder out of them. So I can try and do this with this soldering on and see if we can bend them up with this. Without doing that, maybe that'd be good. These stiff legs, very stiff legs. Also got to be careful not to damage the actual traces. These older boards aren't so tolerant for heat. You can easily lift traces and bend pads, damage pads. Working on these older bits of gear like this. Bloody hell, stop doing that. Still bent, which is being a problem. These legs are actually so close to the fit of this desoldering gun that they're actually blocking as I'm trying to desolder. I might actually have to resort to taking the parts out and then cleaning the holes out afterwards. Sometimes you have to do it. Let's see how we go. That's moving. So that's that one. That's got 73 on it. Yeah. So maybe it's 1973. At least that cap is. Let's put these in certain places so I know which one's which. Give it a wobble around. There we go. Next one. 73 as well. I expect they're all the same batch. The last one, I'm going left to right and place them down. Also 73. Right. Let's get my Syncore running and we'll test the caps as they are. Then we'll replace them. He's bought a lot of different traces. Yeah, you got to be careful not to overdo it. Lacework seal, yeah, well, that's a lost art, isn't it? I mean, I think people can still do it, but I've got no idea how to do that. There's been a time I actually take some lacing off some looms once. I can't remember what was in there. Was it my Marconi? I mean Marconi, I can't remember. My 202D. Might have been that one. Or was it a 2015 I used to have? Maybe it was in that. And I had to take some lacework off because I was trying to trace some wiring. And it's sacrilege. I had to put cable ties back in. It's like, yeah. All right. Hey Christian, how's it going? Right, let's get the Syncore fired up. Over there. Lacing's easy once you get the swing of it. Maybe you should do a video on it. Then we can all learn how to do it. Actually, there may already be a video out there on it. I think I did see someone doing it once, actually. Some time ago, I think I did see someone doing it. So yeah, it may be possible. There may be already one there. Which isn't getting this screw either, what is it? That's why I stuck it down because I didn't want it moving around. Lighting can be better here, can it? Sometimes different lighting can help. There you go, that'll work. Maybe get it just right. Get something there. Okay. Right, so we want aluminium electrolytic. We want 500 microfarad. 25 volt, and let's call it 20% plus, 20% minus for the sake of argument's sake. Not going to really matters. This gives us a tolerance to get aimed to. I've done an open calibration already. Let's do a short calibration. Cool. Or zero, I should say, not calibration, it's zeroing. Right. First capacitor. This is the first one we took out. ESR says good. Strangely. Value 736. Bad. Leakage 2.1k. I'm in resistance mode right now. 28k. Let's do current. 2.5 milliamps. Let's go to microamps now. Bad leakage. So that cap is no good. Next cap. This one, which is bulging. Yep. Where did I get a better view on that? Can I get a bit of lighting on there at all? Wish this thing was backlit. Yeah, it's as best I can get. Okay. ESR. Sound good. I'm suspicious about this. Maybe I'll do the zeroing again. Hold on. I'm just not sure this is right. Open it again. I'm expect to see some ESR there. Show it again. We'll try this again. There we go. Now you've got the sensible readings. 1 ohm. Value. Bad. Like I said, too high. Leakage. In the milliamps. Bad. As expected. Let me check that first one now I've done that lead zero again. I'm not sure that's given sensible results before. Better the first one, 0.2 ohms, PSR. Yeah, okay. But the other stuff's still bad, I expect. Still milliamps leakage. Microamps there. It's still going to be bad. Yep. So no difference. It's just the ESR effect got affected in there. So the last one. ESR, okay. Interestingly, well, it's just with relays going on. I'm suspicious about relays in this thing. I've cleaned them. Yeah, okay. Value too high again, and leakage milliamps. Taking a while to come down. Still in milliamps. Yep, bad. All three of those caps are bad. So that is not unsurprising. That's exactly what I was expecting. And I completely forgot to do a whole video about that. So I've tested all three caps on this thing here. All of them are showing as being bad leakage. Values are all reading high by sort of 50% or so, just under 50%. So yeah, it's no good. All of them are failing the leakage, so they're being replaced as expected. I really should record a video on that. Let's catch up with chat again. You reckon there's so many of these videos out there, do you? There's videos on it. Cool. There's all the videos and you don't need to do one unless you've got something new to bring to it. Like an easy way of learning how to do it. It's better than last night. This thing's still showing me top messages. I'm still missing stuff. Well, usually, I don't always test them. I mean, sometimes I say, like, yeah, that's right, I know they're bad. And like a bulging one, for example, I wouldn't even bother testing it. I'd just be like, that's bad. You know, what's the point in testing it? It's definitely knackered. But I thought, you know, we'll just cover it anyway. You know, just to prove I'm not replacing these things for no reason. They are all bad. Some people go, oh, there's only one of them which is bulging. Well, the thing is, though, remember they're all standing off the board. None of them were sitting flat on the board. Although, I don't know, this end's looking solid. There's not rubber bungs in those. Maybe the whole thing's extruded a little bit somehow, but I don't know. None of them were sitting flat on the board, so yeah. Right, let's put these new caps in. If I haven't lost them again, here we go. It's just amazing the size difference on these. It's incredible. Spacings are completely wrong though, that's the only problem. It's like half the distance. I'm not a fan of that. I'll use a higher voltage so I can get a better spacing. That's not much better, I don't think. It's still going to be quite a way out. The 100 volt ones, spacings are very different. It's a very different spacing, so not ideal. I'm not going to go to 100 volt caps. There's some too big a difference between the values. Definitely not, and those things are expensive. So bent leads it is. You have to bend the leads. Yeah, talking about the power supply in the background, are you? Yeah, I did a repair video on this because I made a mistake. Basically, what I have is I was charging up some lithium-ion batteries, and let's turn this off again for now. And I switched parallel modes because I think I had it in. I think I was intending to use it in parallel mode. I had it in parallel mode, and the battery was still connected. And I forgot I still had it connected because I finished what I was doing, and I pushed the button to sort of switch out of parallel mode. I was trying to go back to standard mode, and because the relays are directly across the outputs, it switched to series mode and then standard mode, right? But when I switched, it arced and burnt out the relay. Yeah, so well, burnt out one of the relay legs. It's my mistake because I left the battery connected, then I switched modes. So note to self: if you have one of these power supplies or any power supply like this, unplug any batteries you may have plugged onto the output before you change modes. Right, back to this. So let's put these caps in. Unfortunately, lead spacing is something I have to live with because what I've got won't really fit right. I was looking at the top side of this board. I can't see any signs of leakage or anything, so it's all looking good. The actual caps look fine at the bottom. There's no sign of leakage on the bottom of the caps, so that's something, I suppose. But unfortunately, the lead spacing's way off, so I'm going to have to kind of live with bending one of the leads. Things when you do this, you've got to be careful because you don't want to be careful. You've got to be careful not to stress the rubber grommet on the bottom of the actual capacitor, because otherwise you can cause them to leak. So I must do that. not ideal, but that's what I'm going to have to do. I probably could get this value cap in a, I don't know, maybe you can get it in a bigger package, I'm not sure. But I think it'd be a bit of a challenge to actually get these in a bigger package. Because of the value and the voltage. You probably up the voltage quite a bit. I mean, they wouldn't really make caps unnecessarily large anymore. Just for the sake of that, so yeah, probably not. Anyway, I'm doing it the same way each time. I'm making the negative leg one which is straight in, and the positive leg is one which is being bent. I'm doing it with my fingernail, so I'm not putting as much stress onto the actual bottom of the capacitor when I'm doing it. So it's not ideal. The alternative is I use actual caps like this, but these are like 3 times the price, so I don't think so. Catch up with chat. Not one but 2 shocks for switching my power supply. Dual 1mm holes, no, there's no traces there. I don't really want to do that. There's no trace here, no trace there. I mean, maybe this one here, no, can't do it. So drilling more holes is not an option. I have done that in the past on other equipment. I have actually done that particular thing. But why is it looking like it's blurry? Maybe it's just my eyesight, I don't know. But yeah, in this case, can't do it. I've done that on something, I can't remember what it was now, where the actual traces were coming right across. So I just drilled another hole. It wasn't an issue. But this situation, I can't do that. Took a break, fixed the PSU, decided to measure the rails, and let your hand across the main switch. Ouch. Oh, you were not having a good day, were you? Yeah, okay. That sucks a bit, doesn't it? Alright, hopefully I can capture what I'm doing here. I'm not going to use any flux. I think I will drop my iron temperature down a little bit though. Be careful about the pads. Now I've got the other ones off, I can drop it down, be more gentle with it. So, what I'm going to do is one side first. Then I'm going to push the cap down. And then make sure it's seated down as well as it will go. So it's sitting on the board as much as possible. Then I'll come back and reheat it and then do the other side. Okay, do this one first. There we go, that's down. Next one. This one needs more solder on it, but it will do for now. Right, there you go, it'll bed it down. Let's put them in properly. I should have my tractor going probably, but it's bloody noisy. I'm only doing a bit of soldering, so it's not too bad. If I was doing a lot more, then I'd be worried about it. done. Now, one of the issues this thing has is the power cord. That's something that also needs sorting out. That'll do. That's cleaned up. Now, interestingly, there's a pad there. It looks like it's had something there, which isn't there anymore. See this? That one right there? Looks a bit weird. What's on the other side? Oh, okay, it's a standoff there. I'll get a shot. See that post just there? I'm not going to touch it. That post there? That's what it is. Right, that's the capacitor's done. So, let's clean up this bit. As I was saying, the power cord is changing because it's a bit crap. It's old and it's degraded. So I want to replace that as well. I have plugged it and used it, but it's not good. I'm actually running my finger along across it and they're getting black stuff coming off. The actual plastic is degrading. So I want to replace that too. And it should be fairly straightforward, I think. Let's have a look. So we've got 3 wires coming in. One goes to the switch, one goes to the fuse, one goes to earth, hopefully. Yes, it does. It just disappears around the back of the thing. So the power cord comes in the back here through a little gland, which is nice and easy. So we've got a white wire. So this is obviously American wiring, white, black, instead of brown and blue. So a white wire here, which cuts across here and comes to here. I think it's this one just here. It's a bit hard to see. Yep, it's that one there. Goes to that switch pole there. And then we've got black wire. Just here. I'm trying to get the tweezers onto. Right, this is not plugged in, obviously. And then that's running through the end of the fuse holder. But it's wrapped around through the loop, so I'm going to cut that off. And then we've got a green wire, which is the earth, which I believe is coming over to this lug here. I think it's this wire, which looks really awful. But there it is. Yeah, that's going around the back of that loom, back into that cable. So there's the earth wire there too. So, yeah, it's also looped around. So I've got to get those wires off and then we can wire that up. So Black is the live. Neutral is going to the switch, interestingly. I might check the circuit diagram actually and see if that makes sense as per the circuit diagram, because I want to make sure I keep it wired the same way. Hey good, Cajun, how's it going? How conductive the collisions are. That's a good one. Turn the heat pump off. It's warming up in here now. It's 24 degrees. He's got the door shut and all his lights on. Right. Power cables. I have sacrificial leads. Hopefully. Let's find something I don't mind losing. I did buy a whole bunch of leads for this kind of thing. I mean, it is half tempting to put an IEC connector on the back there, but I don't think there's enough room. I don't think there's actually a space for it. I think I might go with quite a short cable rather than quite a long one. Let's have a look. And it won't pull much current, so it's not really like it needs a heavy load anyway. Pull out. So this is quite a thin cable. It says it's 3 by 0.75, which would be fine anyway, but it doesn't feel like it's 0.75. It's about 1 metre long. I mean, it's shorter than the original, I think. Not by much. It's like that much shorter than the original. And it's a thinner diameter. I'm thinking about the cable gland as well. If I can get one which is the same diameter as the original, the gland, I can use the same one without even modify the hole and that sort of stuff, you know. I can use the same gland, same hole. I've had issues before where I've gone for like a thinner cable to a thicker one. I've had to enlarge the hole and use a different cable gland. As this is thinner, that might be an issue. Let's see if I can find another cable which is going to be better. Going close to the original. So I think the very first one I picked up is closer to original. But it's a longer cable, I think. Let's try this one. It feels about the same. Might be slightly thicker actually. Yeah, I can't win with this. I could lower it up, yes. I'd rather not do that though. Original is 6.28mm. This one is 6.5. My finger gauge is quite accurate then, wasn't it? Compared to 0.2mm. It's not bad, is it? 0.2mm, reckon that'll be alright. Yeah. It'll probably squash down. We'll give it a go. So I've had a wicked cough this week. A wicked cough. I basically had a bit of a flu, I suppose. And yeah, I'm still getting over it. I wasn't even sure I was going to do the live stream. So, thing to do. Let's cut these cables off. this cable's definitely coming off. So let's cut them and make sure we cut the right wires. So you want the white one? Just do video honestly. Let's do that. So this way I do this is cut the wires off. Make sure we're cutting the correct ones. If I cut the wrong ones, that'd be a bit of a disaster, wouldn't it? There's that one. And then this one here, I'm going to cut it over here because I've got to take it off this fuse holder anyway. I'll get so you can see maybe. Right. And the earth, which is over here. I'll cut it there. Now actually I have a tool for this, for these glands. Let's try and find it. I know I've got a tool for this gland somewhere. I purchased it especially. Well, not for this particular job, but question is, where did I put it? Must be in that drawer somewhere. Must be. Ah, found it. It was here somewhere. Actually, I probably need that as well. Okay. Right, pop a tool. So this is actually the tool we're supposed to use for these glands. I purchased this especially for doing this job. Well, this job in general. Let's see if it's going to work for us today. Sometimes I have trouble getting behind the thing and actually grabbing it. Come on. Because it's actually not sharp enough. So this face here, see it's quite flat there instead of being a nice sharp edge going in, so it tends to slip off rather than go behind it. That's what I get if I get your Chinese one, I suppose. You know, probably better branding, better. So anyway, this is the right tool for the job, but it ain't doing the job. Of course not. We need to modify this thing. Is it turned as well? Is it anti-hopping? Ah, there we go. That's got it. Right. There you go. I gave it a turn as well, and that seemed to get it sorted out. It was turned slightly, which is I think making it lock in harder. So there's the gland, there's the wiring. Save the gland, and hopefully I can use the same one on the new wire, because it should be hopefully close enough to use it. So in a way it's a bit of sacrilege, because I'm actually cutting off a perfectly good cable. So this cable is brand new. It's just a IEC mains cable. But I mean, there's almost enough room to put an IEC plug in there. I mean, almost. But I'm just gonna cut the plug off. Tell me not to do it. Oops, too late. Okay. At least I cut off the correct end. There's one time I was getting really excited about something I was doing. I was getting a bit carried away. I don't know what I was doing, but I don't know what it was. But I cut the plug off instead of the plug. Instead of cutting off this end, I cut off the other end. Somebody wasn't paying attention. That was a few swear words later, for some reason. Anyway. So this gland will go around it. Will it squash it down? I hope it will. I don't know why I didn't find it doesn't go. Let's see if I can squash that. Do it down here. It's not really going. It's not really going. It's kind of going, but it's struggling to do it. And my tablet's gone to sleep again, so I can't see the chat anymore. I've got to turn that sleep mode off this thing. Come on. I don't know, is that going to work? Oh, yeah, that'll go. That'll work. Okay. That'll work. Yeah, but that's what it's got to do to the cable. So I just did like a test squeeze on the grommet, and that's what you get on the cable when it's actually in there. So it has to modify the shape quite a bit to make it work. But it does work. That's how they function. So yeah, the tortuous path method. Screw down glands, yeah. Yeah, you get like little 10mm ones. 10mm and stuff like that, different sizes, threaded glands you can shove them through, yeah. I find those don't hold very well though. That you do tend to get cable slippage. You absolutely have to have some kind of anchorage inside it as well though, like even a cable tie around a cable to create something which stops it sliding out. They do tend to let it go. They're not my favourite. Now, I reckon this is going to do this sleeving. So we'll come down to there somewhere. Reckon you can do it without destroying it. Usually I'd use a knife. I think I might use a knife. very careful not to nick the insulation of the inner ones. You don't actually cut right through, you just make it stretch. And that will just tear its way through the rest of the way. Oh yeah. You don't actually try and cut it. You try and tear it. Right. I'll shove that through there before I forget and wire it all up and go, oh bugger. I've done that before too. Just put the length of the nose, that's good. Try to keep it as short as I can. Less AC wiring inside the unit, the better, I suppose. Right. Just trying to get the length as short as I can, so I don't have too much AC wiring inside the unit, because the less AC there is inside it, the better, probably. Just trying to minimise like the loops and stuff that's inside it, get the length optimised as much as possible. That'll probably be enough. Now I've got to squash this down and basically mutilate the cable to get it to fit through the gland nicely. Then fit the gland in and we'll wire it up. Basically I'll try and squash the cable and make it change shape. That's always fun. Okay, that's kind of done it. We get this tool and use this to try and put it into the casing. You get it? In. Yep, locked in. Cool. Let's wire this thing up. Yeah, you get ones with fuse holders built in. They're much. I do actually have a stock of those. Agilent types got ones with them without fuse holders. I do actually have some, but the space in that area there isn't really conducive to doing it, because you've got the wiring loom running across there as well behind it. So if that loom wasn't there, there'd be enough space to probably put an IC in it. I've done IC cables on things, so I've done it a couple of times. I've replaced them. Usually we've got those oval type plugs. Actually, I'll show you. I've got one over here. When you've got equipment with these sorts of plugs on, these sockets, you can actually just take that whole thing out. There's usually enough space inside there, hopefully, depending on the equipment, to actually replace it with an IC connector. So this one is a candidate for that as well. It's another key fob device. I've had this one sitting here for, oh god, nearly a year now. I've had it sitting here for ages, waiting to get around to it. It's in the queue. Right. Put these new cables. Get these little twists and stuff out of them. Right, so I want to go and check the circuit diagram and see about this wiring here to make sure I'm using the polarities correctly as per the circuit diagram. I want to keep the AC below that panel, because it's effectively shielding. Right, where's the manual? Just want to check that diagram. Keithley 261. I'll show you guys in a second once I find it. I found a manual, I just got trying to find the actual diagram. This isn't a very good diagram. I'll find another one. Hold on. I've got a couple of them. This one's about the same. I've got another one. Oh dear, well, come on, hurry up. Use it. That's actually worse. Okay, the very first one was not the best one. Anyway, that's fine. Let's just get this diagram up here. It is sideways. Right, top screen. Here we go. So this is the section we'll look at here. So power coming in, obviously earth to earth. White and black. Black's going to the fuse as it did have, white going to there. So, I mean, it's AC, it doesn't really matter in reality. You know, it's go straight to a transformer, there's nothing else there. So, it shouldn't really matter. But yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm following this. But I mean, black is the live, isn't it? Black's live for the US. The hot wire, isn't it? Referred to as hot. So the fuse is on the hot side and the neutral's on the switch side. So yeah, okay. Neutral to switch. Phase to, or live, whatever we call it, to the fuse. Right. And this is the rest of the diagram here, which is, as I said, sideways. Yep. With the slider. So look at this. Let me just open this on a different program. Hold on, this is just ridiculous setting it sideways. Try on. Why can't I rotate it? Oh, this is ridiculous. View, rotate, left. No, I wanted to rotate right. Okay, different program. Make it a bit easy to see, hopefully. It's all going to be hard to see because it's, you know, the screen and stuff. If you're on a TV. So there's the output connection there, and it basically runs through this Kelvin value divider stuff. So there's the dials, and there's the modes range switch set up here. And as you can see, there's not much to it. It's basically power supply and the Kelvin value divider, and also your polarity switch as well. But yeah, not a lot to it. So basically, adjustments for each range. And that's about it, really. There ain't much going on in this thing. Anyway, back to the desk. Yeah, black is hot, white is neutral. Yeah, that's right. The thing is, people will get that wrong because black being negative in DC systems, so or 0 volt on DC systems, so people sort of relate black as being the low side, where it isn't. So the earth, I've got to try and get these soldered in nicely as well. You might leave that the same length. Actually, it's a record video on this, eh? Alright, so strip these off. This is the earth. I'm not sure if I can clean that tab off there yet. It's still got a wire wrapped around it. We'll see if I can get that off and then run this through it. We'll see how we go with that. The neutral has to go to that switch over here. I'll put that one on last. I'm actually just going to run it through the front like that instead of running the back. I'm just going to run it very slightly differently. And then the phase, the hot side, which language you're speaking, is going to go to there. So I'm going to cut this cable down a bit, it's too long. Let's probably go to there. Again, got to try and get the wire off that lug there on the end of that fuse holder. Now, I've had this before where I've had a fuse holder like this. It's actually the same style as this one, same sort of age, where I was trying to get that lug off and the fuse holder ended up breaking whilst I was trying to get that off, get the wire off that lug. So yeah, it can be risky sometimes trying to get those wires off. Sometimes it's best to solder another wire on top of that and trying to thread it through. You can get lucky though. Yeah, I mean the AC side isn't so important really as far as getting the polarity correct because it's AC. Both sides are basically doing the same thing. But the neutral side is tied to earth in your main power board. In most cases, like if it's a MEN system, then it'll be doing that. So really you do want to try and keep polarities correct in case it matters somehow in the instrument. Most cases, like in this one, it goes to a transformer. It doesn't really matter in this case. It makes almost no difference. But yeah, it's one of these things. Just watch out for it. Try and keep things sensible if you can. Okay, they're quite short, so I'm probably going to be sold out straight on. Right, now I'm going to try and clean these lugs off with the original wires. I'm going to try trimming this wire and see if I can get to actually cut through the wire on this one. We'll see if I can do it. I may not be able to. Because then hopefully I can just like desolder it and just fall off. Got some more of it off anyway. Let's try that. Now, I'm probably going to need a bit more heat for this because it is going to be a bit of a challenge. Throw a mess maybe. I may even need to put new solder on it. I'm hoping I can get most of it off like this. Yep, done quite a good job there. Most of it's off. Yep, that's off. Great. That wasn't too bad. Where's my tweezers gone? Now I've got these little bits of metal here. I need to make sure I don't leave any of those behind. Even a single strand can cause chaos. It's looking all right. Having a beer, fixing a tube amplifier, nice. Fuse the phase, yes. You should always try and fuse the high side. Or the side with the highest potential. That's probably the way to think of it. You check your eyelids for pinholes. Okay. Catch that, mate. Cooperate. Here we go. Nice little wire wrapped around there. Let's solder that on. Get in the position I want it to be in first. Really, this wire's sticking out more than I want it to be originally. I think I planned to have it a bit further back than that, but yeah, well, here's what it is now. It's in place. Now, I'm tempted to use flux, but I don't think I need to. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do so you can have you see me what I'm doing. We'll see how we go. I'm trying to get enough onto this lug to make sure it's definitely flowed around nicely. Hold it still whilst it goes off. Right. That's looking okay. That's that one. That was the easy one. Now I'll try and do the same thing for the fuse holder one if I can. Try and trim that wire off and then lift it out. See if we can get lucky with that. It's always best to wrap a wire if you can. It's more secure, because if a solder fails it could fall off. Not likely to happen, but it can happen. Trying to get this. Oh, you probably can't see what I'm doing, can you? Okay, I think I've cut through that. Try not to touch any other wires while I'm doing it. get the heat into this. It's quite a large thermal mass. Maybe I took the fuse out, but some wire. Don't think that's all of it though. No, there's some more at the bottom there. There we go, there's the rest of the wire. There we go. That's it, I think, just about. A few little dregs there still. Right, that's it, so the wire out. That wasn't so bad. Certainly had harder. Alright, let's feed this one through. This does actually turn, so I might actually just turn it like that. It might be easier, right? And just a little twist. Then give that a wrap around. Okay. There's bits of it. This tip on the soldering iron's a bit small for what I'm doing really. This large thermal mass, but it gets it in. Okay. Leave that cord out. Now what I probably should have done to improve upon this, it's too late now, I've done it, is actually put some heat shrink over that. I've done this before in the past, but I've actually put some heat shrink on the wire, and once I've soldered it, I slide it down so you're covering up the terminal. It makes it safer for future work on the unit, because then you can't accidentally touch the main side. Although we are touching it here, it's got mains available there, so you know, if you have this thing open, you could be touching 240 volts in this case. So yeah, it's one of these things which, if possible, cover them up. I should have thought about it before I soldered the thing on. If I thought about it, 1 minute earlier, we could have done it. Anyway, it's like this now. This has got 2 wires going to there. I'm just going to cut it off. Right, as there's 2 wires going to this, I'm not going to try and do the same thing I did the other ones because there's another wire there. So let's just cut that one off like that, and I'll just attach it to it. It's not as ideal, but because there's other wiring there, it'd be really hard to redo that whole lot. I mean, not impossible, but you've been a lot of extra work for probably no real benefit. So in this case, I'm going to do it differently. I'm going to put solder on the wire. Get that all nicely tinned up so it's ready to go on. First solder on there, and we'll do the same on this side. And whilst it's still warm, we'll stick it on. And try and get this to form at the same time. The problem is this is likely to affect the insulation of the wire, so it could melt and then deform, which could be a problem. But so I'll try and get the switch done first. I'm happy with that joint. Doesn't look like it's got enough solder on it. This is probably going to fall off again. Yep. More solder. Do it again. And yep, sure enough, the insulation started going, which is what I was worried about. See, looking a bit crappy now. Let's get some heat shrink on it. Yeah, liquid electrical tape. Yeah, I've used that quite a bit. I've got some here. I'll get over. It might go over. I should solder it under the bottom side of that wire rather than on the top side of it, on the switch contact. The solder's wanting to flow downwards, not upwards, so you know, maybe I'll just go with it. Right, well, I soldered it on, but it's, as you expected, the insulation wasn't happy about me having to hold it while bending it and heating it. So I've got some heat shrink here. I'm going to shove over that just to add another layer of protection, which is what I should have done live, but that'll just tidy it up nicely. Better. Gonna use silicone wire, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a power cable. It is what it is. A little bit. It's getting a bit messy around here. We'd better try it out soon. See if it's working correctly or not. taking way longer than I thought it would do. Something as simple as replace 3 caps and put a new power cable on. It's funny how much longer things take when you're trying to record video or do a live stream or whatever it may be. It's amazing how much the time just stretches out. Tested the eBay Chinese electrical tape. Okay. Some of this. I need to get some more actually. Now let's go over this way so it runs to the bottom edge, which is the side that people would be touching. Yeah, I mean, yeah. This tube is almost empty. I need to get some more. It doesn't seem to last very long. I see any problem like I've had tubes before where I've got them and then I've gone to actually use it and it's already gone off. So I don't want to keep too much of this around. I don't think I've got any more actually. That might be the spare tube. That might be my spare. Oh no. No, I think I've got one up there. I've got one there. I do have a spare tube. I'm good. You always need a spare. So yeah. Now I can see it better from this side. Need some more there too. A bit more there. It always takes longer, yeah. Yeah, nothing like doing a whole bunch of stuff and then finding out you've forgotten to put the heat shrink on. Pre-planning. Who wants that? Anyone want a nice E-plug? You could probably wire some flying leads onto that. Oh, almost got it in there. I got a recycle bin outside the room. It bounced off the edge. Right. So I'm not going to do any calibration in the live stream. Hopefully I don't have to do anything at all. But that's part of me getting all these other equipment as well. But it's part of the reason for getting this is that I could use this potentially on the 2724A. So the plan was to basically use this, and then I realised, actually, I could get a more modern equivalent, which has got better specs. But I'd already bought this then. But then I thought, well, it matches my other equipment, and it's always nice to have this sort of thing, and do videos about these things as well. And these are relatively inexpensive to get. Although the other ones on eBay, which are being sold right now, they're like, I think 700 something, 750 New Zealand. They are so. I'm not sure what that is in US. Was it 450 or 500 US or something? Maybe something like that. But that's what these are going for right now. If you get one cheap or not, I don't know. But so there was one which, as I was saying before, was broken inside. The switch is broken. So basically, one that I saw, which I was trying to get for parts for this thing, in case I needed them. I didn't really need the knobs. I knew I could probably work around the problem. But the one that was on eBay, that switch wafer right here was broken. So that, was it this one here? Yeah, this wire here. That section there, that whole section there was broken out. This mounting arm here was bent outwards. It's come over here, probably, I don't know, maybe 10 mil over. That was bent. And then this switch section here was broken out. These like 1.5 segments are broken out. So it's basically broke through this one here. And that was hanging off. Maybe it's 2 segments broke out, but this one here was hanging off, and so that section was broken. So with that as an issue, it probably would have been. Looking outside, yeah. So there's a switch contact on the other side of that. Yeah, so that would have affected the 0 position. So 0 on there goes through this wire, and 1 goes to that resistor, right? So that's 0, and that's 1 on the back side of that wafer. So it would have messed up the 0 and 1. Everything else would have been okay. All the others would have been alright. It wouldn't have affected those. It would have only affected 0 and 1 in that current state. But yeah, I didn't think it was worth the money you wanted. But I think someone bought it. I'm not sure. I don't know. It doesn't say sold. It says not available anymore. So maybe he withdrew it. But it may pop up again. Put a bit more on there. This takes a little while to go off properly. Just want to put a few layers on, make sure it's as good as possible. Yeah, that'll do. Right, that should be much safer. Right, now finish messing with that, I'm actually going to get close to plug anything in. No, I already checked the fuse on this, I think. I'm going to double check it again now. It's 1/8, yeah, 1/8 amp fuse. And it says 1/16 amp. I don't really have anything that small. So, the reality is I think I'm going to have to leave it where it is. Yeah, they're very fragile. Yeah, but the fact that the actual arm that it's mounted on, that what's the word I'm looking for that? Standoff. That was bent, and in fact there's no top cover on it. I think it's been left open and something's hit it or something, you know. It's had some kind of physical damage. I mean, although that's what I could see was bad, there could be more issues than that. Why can't I get the fuse holder right now? Here we go. Right. Double checking the fuse. Let's make sure I remember this right. 1/8 amp, yeah. So it's got 1/8 amp in there. Slow blow 1/8 amp. That's what's going to stay in it. I don't think I've got anything suitable to replace that with. So it's staying as it is. Yeah, the PVC will last a while, but it does break down eventually. Right, let's plug this thing in. Let's get some kind of current measuring device, like, I don't know, multimeter, this will do. Let's grab that. And let's get a cable. What's the most this thing can do? 1 milliamp, is it? I think it's 1 milliamp, wasn't it? So that should be fine. The good thing about this, you can actually do this with it. It's designed to be able to do this, which works if you've... Actually, I'll talk about this in video. So this connector is actually designed in a way so you can actually use a banana plug, like a 3/4 inch spacing banana plug, straight into that SL239 socket and the ground, which will work as long as you have the link on the back here, which links the common and the ground together. The common goes to the SL239 socket on the front, the ground goes to the chassis. As long as that links on the back there, then you can do this. But if you want a more precise, a lower noise connection, you want to use a SL239 connector, which I have here somewhere. I was playing one the other day, like this. You can use one of those to a BNC. That's an in connector. Where is it? That's an in connector. There it is. SL239. Right. So one of those ones. You can use that instead of the BNC cable, or you could use that with one of these split it out. Obviously, you go back to a higher noise situation, but if you're using a decent cable, it's probably not so bad. So that's probably worse than doing this. I don't know. Anyway, if you want more precision, you use a BNC cable with an adapter. Right, so capacitors replaced. I probably should put something down in there actually to help hold those down. You know, just to take stress off. Maybe it matters. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Right, that's off. Let's do a bit of a rearrangement and we'll record powering it up and testing it. We can do milliamps and microamps on this thing. Now the problem is this thing defaults to AC and it always catches me out. I really use AC amps almost never. I mean, really this meter's meant for electricians, so you can understand that. I might actually think about getting a different meter set up over here sometimes because this always catches me out. High res, AC, high res is that one. Okay. I think we're ready to try it. Is it on 0? I think that's on 0. Yep. And 10 there. Yep. Now, what's there? 5, 7, something like that. Yeah, it's really to clean up. Anyway. Right. Some people like to start late. Right. Was it Paul that wanted to see the 220? Still got time to get to it. If it's still here. Right. Okay. So let's power this up. Power switch is in off state. So I should have tested the cable connections. I have been naughty. I've not verified the earth. I should do that first, actually. I should check safety first. That's very slack of me. I should check it after I've installed the cable. So what you should always do is check your work. Right. Resistance. Earth to casing. Get a bit of connection. 0.27 and 0.21 of that is the cables. So that's fine. We've got 0.06 or something. Check for shorts from there to there. In the polarity off state, so that is powered. Check from there to there. There you go, so the transformer. Check from here to here. Through the transformer. 0.8 ohms, or 0.8 K. Here to here, megs, that's me touching the connections. There you go, let go. Right. That's fine. As long as the earth's correct, we should be good. Oh no, she's gonna blow. That's a completely different video. Right. You got a roll of aircraft grade PTFE. Use this hookup wire. That's awesome. I wish I had some of that. That'd be nice. What gauge is it? Right, CST42 to AC. DC. That was going to catch me out then. Let's go slightly closer with this because I can get more on shot. There we go. Right. I think we're basically ready to try this. Right, now I've checked the cable. It's all good. Definitely got a really good earth. It's 0.06 ohms from the plug pin to the chassis. So can't complain about that. Okay, so no current draw as I said before. Polarity in the off state, so it's powered up. It's drawing 4.3 watts. It's it's 32 milliamps it's drawing in that state. So that's all good. That's the positive polarity. Okay, you're getting 0.1 milliamp. Okay, go down 1. 10 milliamps or so. Yeah, okay, let's go to the next scale down. Let's go microamps. Back to DC. There we go. So 100 microamps is the highest it will go to. I think in milliamps for some reason. I think it's going to be 1 milliamp, but no, it's fine. 100 microamps is the maximum. And we can go down. Accuracy on this I'm not sure about. This probably does need calibrating. And the switches certainly cleaning. I saw a bit of a weird value just then. So I think cleaning switches is probably a beneficial thing. See that one there's 51. 45. 50. 40 is working alright. 50, there we go. So yeah, these switches need cleaning. You haven't done that yet. So that'd be a factor on that too. And go much lower those. 3, yeah, so again we get into the error margins of this meter as well. And this is probably out of calibration slightly too. The 9, yep. So if you want to do 10, you can actually do 9 and bring this one up. They should be doing decimal places. So 10 should be just about, because it's 10 there, 9 there. So 10 plus 9 equals 10. So the highest we can do is that. Then obviously from that we can go down on each one, and this unit is not going to read down there because it's just way below what it's capable of doing. Right. So it's the negative polarity, should do the same thing. It does. And it should do the same. Dropping down. That shouldn't affect that at all. So that's working. Excellent. It does need calibrating. The switch is definitely cleaning. I'm not going to worry about showing you that, but yeah. Then obviously I've got to do these knobs, so that'll be something I will show you. I've shown you how to clean them already, but you know, the effective cleaning. You know, the little bit there I've done. It's already. I didn't clean it properly. It's still got some grading there. But once I do this properly, you can still see that powder coming off there, scratching it. Yeah, scratching, and it's still getting powder coming off. You know, it's like, yeah, this needs a really good clean up. And like I said before, I'll clean these up properly and paint them, and then I'll have that bit done. But yeah, that's basically working. I should check voltages, should check calibration. Right now, I'm not going to worry about that right now. Unlock it, bugger. What's up to now? 22 gauge, oh yeah. Clean knobs, yeah, okay, well, let's turn this back off. I think you're hinting at something else today, clean knobs. It's not quite the knob cleaning you're hoping for, I'm afraid. contents. Okay, there's nothing on that side of that wafer, it's only on the back of that wafer. Let's get pointy cotton bud and deoxit. Deoxit gold, bit of that. Not sure about propping this up. Let's unplug this. I actually have, because I've got earth leakage everywhere and everything, it'll actually detect when I've got the neutral connected, even though I've got like something powered off, completely powered off. If I touch the neutral and cause an earth leakage through the neutral, it will trip out my system. So I have to be careful about not touching things, even though I've got it plugged in and turned off, because the neutral leakage is enough to trip the RCDs and stuff. It's a funny one. So let's have a look in here. Can I see? Yeah, it's definitely very dark. So I'm tempted to use IPA first and then deoxit. I think I'll do that. So I'm just going to clean these switches up. So I'm just going to use a bit of IPA first, just to get rid of any dirt, and then I'll use the deoxit afterwards. But trying to see in here is a bit tricky, especially with my eyesight like it is these days. Not as good as it once was. And that's why I'm cleaning them. That would not be hoping. Yeah, it's different deoxit. So I've got deoxit gold. Hold on, come out. So I've got standard deoxit, which is good for normal connections. If you've got gold terminals, gold or silver maybe, use this one. Right, it's a bit less aggressive. And then you've also got the fader, which is used for controls, like variable resistor controls. If you use a standard deoxit or any other kind of contact cleaner on a fader type, you can actually damage them. You can damage the carbon track. So you have to use the right chemical on our, otherwise you'll end up causing more damage and more problems down the track. And this should be better, but it will eat away the carbon. And you don't want that. So you don't use like W40 oil and that sort of stuff, or any oils. You don't use oils in them either. Make sure you use the correct products. Anyway, we keep cleaning this. But you see what dirt's coming off, that's incredible. Look at that. Use the other end. Yeah, still dirt coming off. don't think that's the only bit I can get to, right? If the actual contacts the wafer brushes up against, they're probably going to be close to as bad. Try to get the wiper at the same time. Yeah, okay. That seems to have stopped getting dirt off now. Let's put a bit of deoxit in. By a bit I mean about 3 spoonfuls. And cover the whole surface of that wiper, so hopefully it helps reduce that dioxin, the oxidization in future. Right. Yeah, must do better. It was working anyway, but it certainly wasn't working as well as it should be. More on. Right. Okay, so that switch there done. You got to be careful about leakage, because this is a precision device. Any leakage between contacts can cause problems with the actual functionality, which is why I'm trying to use minuscule amounts and only putting it exactly where I need it. Depending on what it is, sometimes you can get away with it and just it doesn't really matter that much. Depends on how the circuit design is and that sort of stuff, but as this is this precision, I'm being a bit more careful with it. So look at that stone. Yeah, I mean, you can use like a lubricating grease. Some equipment does use a dielectric grease in them. Some things do, and actually recommend that's what you use. In this case, because it is a fairly open chassis, you do get a little bit of dirt in there. There is a little bit of dust residue in there. It's almost nothing, but there's a tiny little bit there. Right, so anything which could potentially attract grease, attract dust, you want to try and minimise, because you can end up causing extra wear on the switches. You know, if you get big grits, bits of grit and debris inside there, as you operate them, it will gradually wear away the contacts, like the actual gold plate and stuff. So again, you got to be really careful about it. I'm going to do the same thing again on this one. If IPA, we'll see what we get. And you can already see a difference there. Maybe you can see it if I actually get the camera so you can see what I'm doing. Just this bit here. That was like that before. I'll show you. Yeah, it's working. Very, very dirty. So we're looking a lot better. Yeah, well, I'm only using IPA to get the debris off, and then I'm going to put the deoxit over the top as well. And the IPA should evaporate off mostly before I put the deoxit on. But that's a massive difference, isn't it? But there it was, and that's just one. I've got to do the front one of that as well. And there's also a front one at the other end, I believe. Yeah, there is. So I'll do a front one there. So I've got 4 layers there, 3 layers here, and I think there's 6 on that one, maybe. High stuff is dielectric grease, yeah. So anyway, do the next wafer section. It's in the front of this one. Actually, there's no thing on the front of that one. It's only on the back. So it's only on the front of this one, which is hard to get to. That's great. Can't even see what I'm doing. Just got to hope for the best. Yep, dirty. I mean, it's tedious, right? I mean, there's been plenty of times I've got something like this and I was like, which isn't precision, and I'll just go in there and just literally spray a bit of deoxit on it and walked away. You know, operate the switches a bit, and that's good enough. And that's been absolutely fine, and not had any issues on other equipment. But this is a little bit different. Yeah, look at that. The deoxit has got a little bit of oil residue in it as well. I mean, it's not perfect in that way. It isn't, you know, it doesn't dry as such. It does leave a little bit of residue behind, but that's because it's trying to protect from oxidation. So again, that's why you only put on as much as you need to. You know, you could just spray it in it, and that'll, you know, it'll do the job. It'll work, but then you got this issue of leakage issues and leaving residue behind, which dust and dirt can stick to. Still going. Yeah, so yeah, it's fiddly stuff. At least with the new unit, the 220, this isn't an issue because it's all electronic. Yeah. Anyway. This is taking longer than I wanted it to take, of course. It's probably best I'll do it this way, not this. Probably going to be in your way. Yeah, tedious job, not particularly exciting. Sorry about this, guys. I don't know. But yeah, it's one of these things you just have to do sometimes. It's not all glory and fame, you know. Sometimes it's tedious. Tedious, boring jobs like this one. It's got some quite bad oxidation, this one. Anyway, it's getting better. Yeah, we'll go to everything, you know. Even without any residues, you can still get dirt building up on it. Oh dear. Right. Go to this side now. definitely well needed. And that's the thing with equipment which is this kind of age. You know, it's probably never been done. You know, this equipment could be, I mean, we've established it's, geez, my voice is going, it's about 50 years old. And this has probably never been cleaned before. So it's 50 years with the grime. Oh, my voice is going. That's not good. Thermal cameras, yeah. Thermal cameras are very interesting. They're very useful tools. The prices are getting better and better. Wow, my voice is getting worse and worse. So the prices of thermal cameras are getting better and better, which is great. So that's a benefit. Modern technology is making the prices cheaper, and the actual functionality is getting better as well. And the resolution's improved so much in such a short time. It used to be, you know, you get a 40 by 60 resolution, you think, oh, that's alright. And now you want like 192 by 168, whatever that is these days. Is it 256 by 192? Is that something like that? I can't remember now. So I mean, brilliant. It is actually really good that these resolutions come out like that and getting that good. My stomach's growling. I think it should be lunchtime. Well, it is lunchtime, but yeah. It's something. It's not water because I've had because I've been sick this week. I actually one morning I woke up and I just couldn't talk. So that was only a few days ago, and it's lasted quite well today until now. So it's not just that I need a drink; it's that I've actually got a sore throat, or had a sore throat. So. Come on, get in there. We're going to get a drink though. Maybe it will help. I'll see if that does any better. I was getting myself a snack, so hopefully I'll stop my stomach from growling. Right. Snack. Trying to see inside here what I'm doing is pretty hard. Can't really see down there. This last one's got, yeah, six contacts on it. Yes, I live in the future. No one's asked for lottery numbers yet. This wasn't looking too bad actually. This one's fairly clean. Yeah, this one's pretty good. This one's fairly clean. It's good. I'm thinking this one might take ages to clean, but it's actually doing alright. It's not like the other ones. For some reason this one's fared better. Maybe the plating was better, or maybe someone's already cleaned this one in the past. But now I'm getting some dirt on this one. Now I've said it. I'm not sure how much the current will change the temperature on this, because these resistors are in here are precision resistors. Right, these are 0.1%, and they're designed to have a decent temperature coefficient on them. So they'll be designed to, it shouldn't drift much with temperature, because the biggest factor will be resistors themselves, and the fact that it's going to be using good resistors is the benefit to that. And it wouldn't be using 1% resistors with a bad Temco. Well, not 1%, it's 0.1% resistors. So the actual parts they're using would be high quality. And again, designed for this particular function. You there? Almost finished cleaning. Then we can put a bit of deoxit on and call it a day, I think. Apart from the knobs, of course. One more wafer to do. And as you can see, this one's already looking quite good. You know, it's already pretty good without even touching it. So. Need to get that little lump that sticks out, that wiper. I'm trying to make sure I get that on all of them, because that's the bit which actually does the contacts. You've got the ring, which has got the wiper blade, with one contact to run around it all the time. It's that bottom one over there. You see it there, and it's always on the wiper, on the ring. And then that one that sticks out is one which actually makes contact with actual switch segments themselves. Not sure if these are still clean enough yet. For the cotton buds, they don't last very long. Certainly how dirty this was before. Yeah, that's alright. We'll get you more off. Okay, let's put some deoxit on this. I don't know if I did the first one deoxit or not. No, I didn't. I only did the bottom switch, didn't I? Theory of operation. Well, yeah. I mean, if you read the manual, it will tell you exactly how it works, and you know the design principles and certain parts of it. And of course, I haven't read the manual. Just, you know, it's me. The switch inside the box I'm worried about, because that box would be hard to actually get into because it's built around it. So I can't do much about that one, unfortunately. Try and use this deoxit stuff sparingly for two reasons. One, I'm trying not to create leakage everywhere by having it actually soaking in it. And also, it's bloody expensive. I think one of these cans, these little cans, is like, I think it's about $50 or something stupid like that. It's horrendous prices. You want to go inside the box? No, you don't want to go inside the box. I don't know how. To go inside the box would be quite a mission. I've taken the front panel off, remove that back wafer of the switch. Yeah. Okay, Chipmunk, let's drop him by. Get started. Well, this one here was okay. These ones here were dirty. That's inside the box, which is protected from dust and stuff. So it's only going to be oxidization. So I don't really think it's going to be that bad in there. When even oxidization might not be too bad because of the infected inside a sealed box, you know. So I'm not really too worried about that one. I mean, the only way to be sure it's okay is to pull it apart and have a look. But I'm not really sure it needs it. Fluff on this thing. Oh, there's a fluff lying around. Probably too close for you guys anyway. Right. Nearly there. Oh, if you need it elsewhere, you need it elsewhere. Sometimes life gets in the way. That's the way it is. Now, that's the cleaning bit done. Right, probably do a video about that, I suppose. So I've cleaned all the switches now. IPA, bit of deoxit, whole bunch of cotton swabs. I could probably put a bit of lubrication in the actual mechanism part. I can get to all those to do that. Just a bit of longevity thing, bit of reduced wear and make it feel nice for the future. Get this mess. Dogs everywhere. I know there's different grades of WD-40. I haven't got anything. The only thing I've got is like the WD-40 oil, which is actually more like a moisture repellent. It's not really a lubricant. I know they do other stuff, but I don't have any of those, and I've never even seen them actually, to be honest. So I don't even know if they're really okay or not. They may be fine. But one of these things which someone that uses it could probably tell you whether they're suitable or not, or okay or not, whatever it may be. But in my case, I don't have any experience with them. This stuff I'm putting on now is machine oil. I should probably mention that in the video, shouldn't I? Oh, it's all falling over. It's all collapsed. So what I'm putting on now is a bit of lubricant with machine oil, just into the mechanisms. Tiny little bit, just so that it will reduce wear and just help improve the feel. A little bit of lubricant is a good thing, but it's nowhere near the actual contacts. So you can probably see, I don't know, maybe you can see down there. But I'm getting it in here into this mechanism where the ball races go around. We've got little ball bearings which snap in, and I'm basically just putting it inside there. So as you turn them, you'll pick up oil. You know, is it even balls? No, it's not. It's just a little cam. I'll show you. Some things have got balls and these have got cams. You can see it there maybe. See a little canvas there? So running it over that will help lubricate it and just improve the feel. And just make it a bit more, well, a bit nicer. Just improves the feel really. Yeah. But again, you got to be careful not to get it on contacts, because that'd be bad. Now I've got this one down here as well. I haven't cleaned this switch yet. Kind of forgot that one. Yeah, it's very dirty. Can't. Oh, maybe I can't. Let's get a different one. So you've got my power switches like this disc here. That's my power switch there. And then you've got the polarity protections in that wafer there. So that's just what I was cleaning in. So a bit of deoxit on that as well, get that in there. Just to cover that base as well. Right, and then a bit of lube. Cool. Deox it over the desk. Problem with spray cans is like it's really hard to get a meter amount out of them. You know, trying to get just the smallest a little bit. Sometimes it can just go sprays. Yeah, that's right. The WD-40 doesn't actually lubricate as such. I mean, it will initially. It's a nice thin oil, will get right into things, but it does dry out. So. Cool. That's pretty nicer. I mean, it would be nice to get inside this box, but it's just going to be too hard. If we didn't have that switch mechanism on the back, I mean, I could do it. My cat wants to go outside. Give me a minute. Well, it's not my cat. Just specify that. Come on in. I should say one of the cats, not my cat. Not my cat. Right. Okay, let's not that. So with hesitation, I'm going to try and see if I can get inside this can. Now, it's got a switch mechanism on the back, which will come off. The can has to come off backwards. So to do that, I've got to take the front panel off, which will take everything with it. And then I have to undo the screws which attach that wafer to the switch. And then I can hopefully slide the cover off. I mean, it might even come off with the cover actually. They might even come off with the cover. So I might even just need to undo one screw to get the cover off. It might be easier than I thought. So let's see what we got for getting these screws out. Got to find the right in-hex. That's too loose, it's not the right size. That's the one. So yeah, I was hesitant to do this because I didn't want to disturb the box. But now I'm looking at it thinking actually it's probably not that bad. Oh god, I keep slipping. Put it down, put it down. So it's got little washers on those screws. What could possibly go wrong? It's not like I could potentially rip off the back of the wafer and break all the switches. No. I probably shouldn't joke about it, should I? I probably shouldn't joke about that. Let's move this out of the way. Right. Can we do this easily without damaging it? So we've got a loom there, here, running on the side, which I can probably shift like that. Got this loom here, like that. So I think I can probably undo that screw there and have that whole wafer come off the back. Now switch position. Horizontal is fully anti-clockwise. Don't forget that, fully anti-clockwise. Or as I might accidentally put it in 180 degrees out of range. So it could be out by 180 degrees, and that'd be bad. What I'm hoping is I'll take this one screw out and the can and that rear wafer will come off together. There may be nothing to do in here, but I want to have a look. Okay, rear wafer's off. Great. Here's the can. And there's more switching inside it. More precision resistors and stuff. Look at that gold in there. Lovely. So, got some nice precision stuff in here. And they've also got some carbon composites. Right here. These are always things to be suspicious of. They do tend to go off value. Anyway, I'm going to give this switch a clean, even though it's not looking too bad. And, yeah, hope for the best, I suppose. Let's see what side the switch look like. Nothing there. So it's only got a contact wafer, basically contacts on this side, and that disc down there, which is interesting. Why have they done that? It's curious. Oh right, because it's going through Teflon standoffs. Oh, look at that. Precision resistors, glass resistors. Look at those. And then we've got Teflon standoffs for the contacts there as well. And there's wire through the back there. Look at that, beautiful. Really nice engineering. So, give it a deoxit on that. I'm not going to use IPA on this, so I think I'm just going to use deoxit because it looks clean already. And get a nice pointy one. And leakage is an issue, which is why there's Teflon standoffs in there. I don't want anything creating leakage. So, again, same deal. Only putting on as much as I need to. Q-tip. Cotton bud, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, be out a bit so you can see what I'm doing. Which is why I wanted to take a note of position, because now I've started turning this. If I didn't take a note of position, I would have potentially got this backwards from where it should be on the outer wafer, which is outside the box. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants their box out of wafer. Nobody wants their box out of position. Okay, that's looking alright. It's all Teflon, it's really nice. So a little bit of that on there. Run it around that disc. I'll try and do the underside as well. If I can get to it. So it could be the tricky bit. Can't even get in there with it. Run that across the wiper itself, maybe I'll do the job well enough. Here's the wiper. Hopefully I'll do it. You got a bit of dirt off there. Anyway, hopefully that's good enough. Let's put it back together, anti-clockwise. Oh, hold on, one more thing. A bit of lubricant on the switch. This one does have a ball on it. The others just had actuators. This one actually does have a ball. Get to see it, can I? Just there. Yeah, this one does actually have a ball on it. So nice. Okay, let's put this thing back together. All the way anti-clockwise again. That's it, it's through. Click, as the saying goes. Move that loom back in there. Right, put the screws back in again. Just put this top back on before I knock it over. That'll make a hell of a mess. Well, this took me way longer than I thought it was going to take me. Actually, we had that issue before. We had that digit. Which digit was that? It was not quite reading right. Which one was that? One digit was a bit weird. I think it's that middle dial, wasn't it? We should look to see if that's gone away now. Cover on. Now I'm finished with that part. Shipping's horrendous anyway these days, really. I'm not really sure the price really is representative for what it really costs. I think it's a charge as much as I bloody well can. Anyway, let's put this away. Get rid of this. Set this back up again. And see if those switches behave any better or worse. Now I've done that, changes. Could always be worse. Alright, so I was going to have a look and see if this actually looks better or worse now I've cleaned our switches. Hopefully it's better, not worse. Certainly feel better. This knob's slipping around because, you know, I've loosened it. Anyway, we'll do that. Power on there, positive. And we want DC, not AC. Alright, that's there. Microamps, DC, not AC. Well, it's definitely looking reliable. Yep. High vis mode. I think it was the 5. I don't remember exactly which one it was. I think it was the 5 was glitching before. Was it 4 or 5? I can't remember. One of them was glitching when he got to that number. This one's looking perfect now. Yep. Those are all looking fine. This is the second digit there, so hard to judge this one. It's going to be a bit slow to see it. It's not really the best meter for doing this particular test. It's not enough resolution. But there's nothing going horribly wrong there, so that's fine. It looks like it's at least behaving now. So, yay. Right, I think that's good. Now, the only thing I've really got to do now is these knobs. The rest is done. Oh, maybe calibration, but I have to leave the thing on for a while to do that, and then check the actual manual, read the manual about how to calibrate it. I haven't done it yet. I'll get to it. It's one of these things. It's not a priority. I mean, it can't be too hard. I mean, if they could calibrate this thing back in the 60s or 70s when it was done, maybe 70s, isn't it? I think 70s. So if they could do it back then, I'm sure I've got equipment here which I can do it with. Yeah, quite likely. Right, so let's fold it back down. Come on. I think I'll leave the top open for now. Turn that off. Wow, I didn't get through anywhere near as much as I thought I would today. Done one thing. So I should get into the 220. I will demonstrate 220. We'll do that though. We've looked at this thing now, so I'll leave that video there. I'll just record myself a note. So now I need to do the video about doing these knobs, so I need to add the bit in next. And I can check the calibration later on, but for now, this will do for this part. Yeah, add it on afterwards. Right. Well, I don't need to order new knobs because, well, trying to get new knobs, I've tried to find knobs that fit these before, and I couldn't find anything suitable. Like I said, I can actually clean these up, and I'll show you the other one. Hold on. So this is my 225, as you can see, and it's got the same style of knobs. These are smaller, but the same design. These had exactly the same issue. They were all going chalky and looking horrible, like these ones are on this unit, right? They were doing the same as that. And all I basically did is clean them all up really thoroughly, took off all the residue which is loose on the surface, got rid of all of that, and then spray painted them with clear coat. And this is how they came out. So, and that is like a year ago. So I did a video on this thing when I did the refurbishment on it, and literally a week after I did that refurbishment, or probably a bit more than that, probably maybe a month after that refurbishment video, is when I spray painted these things. Because I saw that this cleaning wasn't enough. I could see it's coming back. So, but this is got clear coat on it. You know, like, you know, clear transparent coat you like for doing car body work. Acrylic clear coat, and has to be acrylic. Can't use enamel or anything. Has to be acrylic because these wafers are acrylic. So you've got acrylic clear coat on top of acrylic knobs. You adhere beautifully, as long as they're all nice and clean and stuff, you know. And yeah, so all good. This is what this will come out like. So once I've actually get these cleaned up and painted, they'll come out like this. You can see a little bit yellow and stuff, you know, it's not perfect, but there's nothing wrong with it. It's perfectly usable. It looks fine. Right? Obviously, originally they were transparent, completely transparent. You know, it's part of the trade-off, isn't it? But yeah, that's fine. But if I could get knobs the same, I probably would have replaced them, but I couldn't find any. You know, they had to be the same orientation, the number at the top, transparent, through to 10. This one's 9, but, you know, through to 10 in some cases. So, and this one's got, like, you know, milliamps and things like that on it as well. Right. This one does nanoamps to milliamps, like 100 milliamps or something like that, I think it does. So, there's a slot. There's a slight overlap between this one and this one, where this is doing like nanoamps. Microamps down here, like these microamp ranges. Those overlap. So this has really only got like the milliamp ranges here, which this one I can't do. But this can do a higher voltage. This has got the other benefit of you can do up to 100 volts of compliance voltage on it. I'm not sure what that one was. I think it's like 11 volts or something from memory. It's nowhere near as high as this. It's very different. So they're not exactly the same, but yeah, that's the plan, and that's why I'm confident in the plan because I'm sure it will work fine, having done it already on another piece of gear. Yeah, I mean, I found knobs. I did get some knobs with numbers on them. They weren't the same, and obviously the other thing is the actual distance between the numbers is different. So, in fact, this goes to 10 instead of 9. So you've got 11 spots. A lot will go 1, 2, 3, not 0. A lot will start. One of them start at 0. They'll start at 1. And that's one problem straight away. And then you've actually got you don't actually have enough positions on them. Sometimes you're only 0 to 9 or 1 to 10, not both. Yeah, so trying to find them was hard. I did find some which were a little bit like it, but they were mirrored. So the 0, like in this orientation, they're actually upside down. So you'd be reading it from the bottom side, not the top side. Things like that. You know, the numbers are upside down compared to it. So here you're going, okay, the 2's on top, but the ones I saw is on the bottom, you know. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a way of doing it. You know, you could get some laser cut acrylic, could laser cut some new discs, and maybe even laser cut the numbers into them, and then paint them. And you know, so the only bit you're left with is a bit which isn't lasered. You know, you could do that. That sort of thing you could actually do. I do have a laser. Used it once. Oh, twice, sorry. And I'll put this on the disc. I did that laser engraver thing. Yeah, laser engraver. It's not actually a laser cutter, it's a laser engraver. And it's only low powered. I think it said it's like 5 watts, but I think in reality it's less than that. And it could do this. I did this to my desk. And it works okay. So, you know, you can definitely engrave on stuff, but whether it could do it on this is a different story because it's acrylic. I think you might need a CR2 laser for that, I'm not sure. Anyway. Right, so that's that bit. Let's get the 220 up here and we'll have a quick look at that. I'll put this to one side. I'm just going to demonstrate it. I'm not going to do any video on it or anything right now. I think I've spent enough time. My throat's getting quite sore as well, so I think I'm going to have to call it soon. Do a change voltage? Yeah, I did change voltage on this one already. I've done all that. Always supposed to double check. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm happy just to refurbish those knobs. I know I can refurbish the knobs and I can make them come out nice. I'll be perfectly happy with that. To me, it's much less troublesome to do that. So, I'm perfectly happy to do it that way. Right, Tri-X cable. We need a Tri-X cable. Tri-X cable with bananas. So these older units, these take a dual lug Tri-X. So this is a bit like a BNC, but it's got 3 connections. So you've got the outer. Let's get closer. So you've got the outer, you've got the pin as normal, but then there you've got the gold contact there. That's the 3rd contact. So it's more noise free. And this is actually a triaxial cable, proper triaxial one. I do have another one here, which I'll cover those mailbags anyway. You see what I'm talking about those. I'll explain it in more detail. Now this actually came with a plug on it. This was left in the back, and there was what's left of a cable hanging out the back of it, like the cable ripped out. So I've got a free plug, but where this was left in the back, it actually pushed the Tri-X over slightly. It's very slightly bent in the chassis. It doesn't appear to be damaged, it's just the chassis is slightly warped. I would have opened this up now to look at it. I've done that in the mailbag, so I'm not too worried about this. So we shall do milliamps across there. DC. Probably switch that as cable, shouldn't I? Right. Get a little bit closer. Okay. So I'm not going to call video this, I'm just going to show you guys. Polycarbonate, I mean, yeah. Polycarbonate's got a tendency to stress crack though. You'll get those, it's called ESC, environmental stress cracking. Polycarbonate will tend to get that, whereas acrylic won't. Acrylic's actually more weatherproof than polycarbonate. Polycarbonate's interpreted to be tougher, but what it does, it actually fails, but it fails at a microscopic level, and it kind of absorbs impacts rather than just cracking. So it does fail, but it fails internally rather than just breaking apart. It's a bit of a weird situation. Anyway, right, power's on. Power this on. It has a fan which needs a bit of work. That said 65, but it's actually B5. That's the firmware version. Firmware version B5. Although I'm pretty sure it said B4 on the actual label on the EEPROM. So that's interesting. Maybe it's already been upgraded. So as you can see, it's running. No current currently. Hope you like the plan. Bit of a pun there. So we want to program this thing. So source amps. We want to say do 1 with the exponent of 3. If I can. Exponent 3. Exponent 3. Or not. Exponent 1 then. No, exponent 6. I'm sure I could do 3 yesterday. Hey, the stream might be working again. Okay. Hopefully everyone's still here. I doubt they are. Let me try and pull everything back up again. Go back here. Right. Oh. Damn. Okay, I'm kind of back. Oh, I've got to get cameras working again. Of course I do. Because I've restarted my computer again. Here's that camera. Yay. Yeah, I'm getting there. I've got to reboot the cameras now. Well, I've got to re-link all the cameras because if it gets them when I reboot the computer, it's a bit of a pain. Not that one. We want that one. Okay. That'll do probably. Yeah, back barely. Yeah. I don't know what the hell happened. I lost all internet of everything. And then my computer couldn't figure out what the hell to do. Anyway, back again. Carry on what we're looking at. Right. So yeah, the actual network I was using has got plenty of data on it. So it's like 120 gigabytes a month, and we usually use like 10 if we're using it a lot, and we haven't used it all this month. So I've got 120 gigabytes available to me. So streaming should be fine. So anyway, back. What of you that managed to stick around or decided to hope that I could come back? I'm back on 4G like I was before. My main network still seems to be being a bit sketchy. Right, so back to what I was doing, which I was trying to show you was this thing. I'm not sure how much of it you actually saw. Okay. Well, I lost a bunch of you, but anyway, still some of you coming back. That's great. So I was going to show you this thing. So this is, maybe you didn't see any of it. I'm not quite sure when it dropped out. I think it might have been just before I got this out. I'm not quite sure. So, which probably means you didn't see me messing around trying to remember how to use the damn thing. That's probably a good thing. So really what you need to do is come in first and set the voltage you want to use. So you're setting like 10 volts, enter. Come and set the current. So I could do like 1, enter, exponent 3. I thought I had that set right. 10 volts, enter, 1, exponent, 3 exponent. No. 1, enter, exponent 3. Maybe there's something's not quite right with this. What am I missing here? Doing 10 volts. Should be able to do exponent 3. Exponent 6. Exponent 3. Enter. Now I can. Maybe it's a firmware bug. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I'll put on. Hopefully. 10 volts. I'm getting nothing here now. Should be seeing something there. What the hell's going on today? It's just a bloody disaster. I don't believe it. Source 1, enter. Exponent 3, enter. voltage, 10 volts, enter. Okay, so that should be outputting something. Why isn't it outputting anything now? It was working before. I am jinxed. What the hell is going on? Let's reboot it. Reboot it. Or maybe something failed whilst I was trying to get the internet back up again. Maybe the multimeter is playing up. 10 volts. Source 1, enter. Exponent 6, enter. No. Exponent 3, enter. What? It was working. I don't get it. I mean, before I lost internet, well, when I lost internet, I was doing this process and it was working. It does now, yes. I've got to turn it back on again. Fucking DC again. Again. No, not there. It's definitely nothing there now. Oh, it's just bloody. Why is me touching that connector on the back, making it change? What's going on with this? Hold on. So it wasn't working before. No, I think that's just coincidence. Fucking AC again. Bloody hell. That is there. Okay. Right, it is working. It's not just my bloody imagination. So maybe this triaxial connector on the back is dodgy after all. Combination of this thing defaulting to AC all the time. Oh, what a pain. Okay, now I can demonstrate the thing if I can hold the connector in the right place. Shouldn't have to hold the connector in the right place. This is bloody frustrating, isn't it? It's just like a day of failures, isn't it? Everything has been breaking today. I'm going to hold it like that. We'll have to, for the sake of demonstration. Maybe this way. Hold it that way. Okay. So, voltage. Let's do 10 volts. You're probably sort of messing with it anyway. Source. Let's do 1 exponent. 3. So it's 1 milliamp. Right. So we can do 10 milliamps or 100 milliamps. Right. I think that's the highest it can go. Yeah. 100 milliamps is the highest it can go. At least at this particular voltage setting. I don't know if I can do a higher or do a lower voltage. I haven't tried that. No. So 100 milliamps is the most it can do. That's fine. But that's basically what you do. So any different exponents. Oops, I just did the wrong thing here. Enter source. Enter, and you can do down there DC. I should use different multimeter for this. Do high res mode as well. So let's do 1 milliamp DC, and if you want to do exponent, say 6, so it's 10 milliamps DC. So 1 milliamp DC. Bloody hell, get it right. 1 microamp. It's been a day. It's been a day. If you want to do exponent 5, it should go to 10. There we go. Right. So you can do exponent 5 or changing that as well. Or if you do 100, it's 100 microamps. And then we could do an exponent, say 9. They go right down. Should be, because I'm doing 100, it should be doing 100 on there. We're not there. Can I do exponent 12? I think you can. No? I think 9 is maybe a slice and go in. Yeah, 9's the last and go for exponent. Thinking maybe it'd do a 1 there, but no, you can't. No, that's it, just 9. So, yeah. So it's just a very low current, well, 100 milliamp down to very low current. Whatever the hell that is, exponent 9. So milliamps, microamps, nanoamps. 1 nanoamp. Is the lowest it can go down to, but you can change the voltages on it and stuff like that as well. So if you want, say 20 volts, you can program it in instead. It's actually look at voltages. And move the connector around so we get a connection, hopefully. Source, let's do a high enough current so we can actually read the damn thing. Let's do 10. We have an exponent of 3, maybe. Why is it not like that? It wants to scale up each time or something. Maybe it's the voltage. I'll still figure out how to use this damn thing. Seems to take a couple of days to get it going. Maybe there is something. I mean, power supplies are probably a bit dodgy in this. Maybe it's got a bit of noise and it's messing up the DC side or the like the logic side of it. It's possible because I've done nothing to it yet apart from opening up, having a little look inside. Didn't see anything particular, just apart from a bit of dust. But anyway, there's 10 volts, open circuit, a bit high, and 1 volt. It's a bit high. What's the lowest it can go down to? 0.1? Can I do 0.1? No. But we can do 100, I think. It was 11. I was holding the connector. Nothing wrong with that. 100 volts coming out. So like I said, this is like a newer version of the 255, which can do 0. I think it's about 8 volts up to 100 volts compliance voltage, and then up to 100 milliamps current, which is what this does. This is like a newer version of the 255. Once I figure out how to use it, once I figure out what's going on with bloody connector on the back. Hey Paul, you wanted to see us, didn't you? So yeah, I mean, I don't know much about this yet. really done is play with it a little bit. But I do know is that this is like equivalent of the other one, just more modern. I'm not sure which one's easy to use, to be honest. The other one's pretty straightforward. But I wanted something which would potentially have lower noise, which is hopefully what this has got. Do we see the voltage limit first? I don't know if it really matters. Let's reboot it again. Turn the output off. Okay, Vol catch lower. I'll probably won't be doing this much longer anyway, so I'm going to play with this thing and just have a look. So, I don't know if we really need to do it first. I mean, I have done it first, but it will kind of accept currents being set. It doesn't seem to accept the exponents always unless you set the voltage right. Then I'm getting some weirdness about accepting number 3, for example. It is doing it now. It's defaulted to 1 volt, and it's working fine. It's about setting a voltage. It's defaulted to 1, so put in 10 volts, and yeah, there you go, and operate it on. So, and move the connector, 10 volts. You can see it's running a bit high. I'll do 20 volts, a bit high, 30. Obviously there's no load on it, so that will be potentially affecting things. Depends on how it limits. I don't know. I haven't read the manual. Just going through each one to give you an idea. Nine, 90. Should have gone to 90. Right. And the maximum, so it's like 2% out. So 1 volt's out by quite a bit there. Yeah. So it does have an offset as well from as low as you can go. I mean, you can't set 0. So I think realistically 2 volts is probably the last you really want to go with it, but then still a big offset. Yeah. I haven't tried doing like long presses or anything. I don't think it does anything. Dwell time. I don't know. No idea. I think it's mostly for the programmable part of it. And the continuous steps in your sort of programming section. So you can step through and to do certain things. And you know, first step could be 1 volt. And then you make the second step 5 volts or whatever. And you do the same thing for currents as well. That's my understanding of it. You can program the currents to step up and down. So you can, you know, basically, if you really wanted to, you could program in like a square wave or a sine wave or whatever. You could do that. I'm not sure how many steps it can actually do. I'm sure it's in the manual, which I haven't read. But I mean, it is working. But this switch here is sticking. So I do need to do a repair video on this. And that will encompass servicing the fan, because it's not too bad, but it does rumble a little bit sometimes. So I want to see if I can pull that apart and replace the bearings in it, and see if I can repair the switch and probably a full recap, something like that. Test for current. I did test for current. I did that already. Did you miss that bit? The current was really good. It's very close. I'll do it again then. DC. It's fine, I'll do it again. Voltage, let's do 10 volts. Source 1. Exponent. Can I do 3 straight away this time? I can, so I can't always do that. That doesn't always work. So I think there is some kind of digital noise going on which is causing some problems. So that should be doing 1 milliamp if I move the connector over. 10 milliamps, 50, 100. There you go. So again, not calibrated. We probably need recapping, all that stuff. So yeah, it works, but it needs a bit of loving. Anyway, what a day today has been. It's just been unbelievable. And this Triax connector thing is an issue because I think it's probably the one on the actual back panel, because it came with this plug on it. So this plug was on it, and it was actually on it on the listing. I saw it on the listing. I thought, oh great, I'll get a free connector. So they left it on it, and that's fine, but it sticks out. So when it's shipped, this bit actually punctured through some cardboard packaging. There's had cardboard in it. You see it in the mailbag video when it shows up. Anyway, you'll see that, and it's actually bent it very slightly. Can you see that? It's bent down a little bit. So I'm worried now that that may damage the triaxial connector. That'd be a bit of a bummer if it has. Why would it be playing up otherwise? Okay, I can see what's going on. I can see what's going on. I can show you too, probably. Might be close enough. Digital zoom. And again, you can see what's wrong. That shouldn't be like that, should it? It should be up there, like that. I guess when I put that connector on, it misaligned. Or it's already like that, I don't know. Can I shove that in there to try and get it better? Okay. So close up the connector. That centre pin is solid. That centre pin is not an issue. So maybe, I don't know. Is there an issue with alignment here? Something's definitely bent. Maybe the casing slightly out of alignment and has pushed it over. Bit hard to tell. Don't know. Do you reckon it's maybe bent a little bit? Maybe the outer is slightly this way to the left. Maybe it's over this way a little bit on the outer. Okay, let's plug this in again. It's plugged in. Let's unplug it, see if it's bent again. No, good. Okay. So yeah, I think the outer part is probably bent slightly, which is causing a misalignment. I'm going to have to watch out for that. Well, the reason I use Triax is because of the leakage currents. I want to try and avoid leakage. It's all this bloody precision bullshit. Volt mushery crap, which I'm getting sucked into as well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I chose brown. It's just weird when I Who thought brown was a good idea? Seriously. So yes, I'm going to have to look at this triax a little bit there and see if I can get that fixed up. Maybe it's just the outer part. I can just give it a tweak. I don't know. I'll be careful about trying to damage it further, you know. Don't want to make it worse than it already is. Right now, a bit of care, it's manageable. So Paul, we should have swapped units then, because I had to swap mine from 110 to 240, and I don't have a smaller fuse to put in. Although actually, I probably could have actually one. Yeah, I probably do actually have one. Put in a half amp, 300 milliamp maybe. Probably do have one. Put in there. So yeah, we're back to the opposites of each other. You've got a 240 volt unit, and you have to do the opposite by dropping it down. I've had a low voltage unit, I would put it up. Hey, Rilla, how's it going? Yeah, anyway, funny. So, yeah, it's just very slightly off. But then it's such a fine pitch, it's not surprising. Yeah, I can see it's very slightly not quite centered. But that's not unsurprising since it's been, bent a bit this way. That bending may or may not have been in shipping. I mean, the fact that it had that connector on there already was a bit weird. And the fact the cable been ripped out of it, a bit weird. Maybe that was already bent from having the cable yanked out of it sideways or something. That could have already been like that, and it didn't get any more damage in shipping. But it's a bit hard to say. The listing wasn't too clear, and it did look a bit wonky in the listing. Maybe putting this one back on again is what bent it, actually. Yeah, that pin's floating around because I don't have any. It's not actually assembled properly. There's no cables inside or anything, so that pin's floating around. Maybe me plugging this in is what bent it actually, because that pin's floating. It's got a bit of movement in it. Oh yeah, I mean it is. You can stick a BNC on it, right? So a BNC plug will fit. Should we try? What could go wrong? Just looking at the flange. Right, so BNC plug will actually go on if you're careful, right? They will go. Hopefully. I think the actual pin in the centre is bigger, maybe. Yeah, this one's on the plus side is straightening out that that finger. Yeah, this one's not keen on going in, but I know BNCs can go into them if you get the right one. Here's a different one. Yeah, that one goes in. So, yeah, that's on. So you can actually put a BNC in there and then adapt it to, one of these. If you really wanted to, you could do that. But then you lose the triaxial effect, obviously, because it links the inner shield and the outer shield together. Depends what you're doing. If you're only doing, moderate currents, it shouldn't matter. If you're doing small currents, it will matter. But yeah, anyway. Yeah. Right. That was a much longer day than I thought it was going to be. I was expecting to do 2 things today. At least 2, maybe 3. I got 1 done. Battling bloody internet issues. Couldn't believe it. Yeah, incredible. No, well, can't help it sometimes, I suppose. Right. Can we go over here? What a day today's been. It's like unbelievable. It's been a challenge. I don't know why I've been having so many problems today. It's just weird. I don't know. Is it like a sunspot activity or something? Odd. Very odd. I don't know. Just don't get it why it's been such a challenge today. Everything's been going wrong. Alright, I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to go and get some actual lunch. And adding banana jacks, yeah, probably is a bad idea because of the leakage issues with the lower currents. That's what I use a triax. If you really want bananas, get a like a cable I've got, which is triax the banana. Just use that. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to call it a day because I've had enough. It's been a challenge. I don't know if my main internet's back yet or not. I'm still running for Wi-Fi and wireless internet on the bus. It's been challenging. Anyway, so thanks everyone dropping by and coming back when I came back. And I'm going to go and have some dinner. Well, lunch. And a coffee. Could definitely use one. So 5 hours, yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, my throat's really struggling as well. I feel it's getting really tight. So, yeah, I need to clear the desk up before my wife gets back home. Yeah, subscribe, definitely subscribe. If you're still here, subscribe. You probably want to watch my videos if you're still here. Subscribe. Thanks, Paul. All right, I'll catch you later.